Chapter 4485. At that time, the ranking of the 32 escort agencies would finally be settled. Before that, there were still many variables that could not be determined. Cheng Haonan was still persevering. From the moment he defeated Lin Yi in the afternoon, the entire South Continent Escort Agency Grand Event had become his one-man show. The others could do nothing about it and could only sit and watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do about it. The right to challenge was firmly in Cheng Haonan's hands. This guy is actually using this trick. Lin Yi watched Cheng Haonan's movements in the arena, and the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. Stalling for time? That's too shameless. Qi Wenhan also saw through Cheng Haonan's plan and could not help but be speechless. It was not just the two of them. At that moment, the entire audience was discussing it. At this moment, Cheng Haonan had deliberately slowed down the pace of his attacks and defenses. In order to preserve as much strength as possible while stalling for time, he had actually adopted a passive strategy of only defending and not attacking. Such a domineering and powerful existence was actually forced to use such a despicable strategy. It was truly lamentable. Although Cheng Haonan seemed to be running out of genuine qi and was somewhat lacking in strength, his formidable strength was still there. If he really wanted to be passive and avoid the battle, even Qi Wenhan, who was known as the small invincible Golden Core realm, would not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand, let alone the average Golden Core expert. Unless the opponent was changed to Lin Yi, it would be more likely. However, this was impossible. Cheng Haonan had been firmly holding on to the right to challenge, and his biggest concern was that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would obtain the right to challenge. To him, that would be the real disaster. Passively fighting until the time for a joss stick to burn was almost up, then suddenly exploding and knocking the opponent off the arena. Cheng Haonan was now extremely stingy with the use of genuine qi. Every bit of it had to be calculated carefully, and absolutely not a single bit was wasted. After all, to him, whether or not he could retreat in one piece today all depended on the success of this stalling strategy. If he failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. This kind of battle was really not worth watching at all. The audience below the stage were all yawning endlessly. If it wasn't for the strict rule of not interfering with the progress of the competition, they would have already thrown things onto the stage. What kind of bullshit was this? Time passed bit by bit, and Cheng Haonan's delaying tactic finally succeeded in dragging it to the end. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's eyes were automatically focused on the referees. They really couldn't stand this kind of boring and drowsy match any longer. As the chief judge of this year's conference, Boundless Sea's expression had completely sunk. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap Cheng Haonan into mincemeat. According to his original plan, he was prepared to play some tricks during the second lot drawing and snatch the right to challenge from the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Then, he would challenge others to earn some points. Even if it did not go according to his ideal plan, it would at least make the situation look better for his escort agency. However, this time, because of Cheng Haonan's shameless delaying tactic, just by relying on himself, he had dragged it until the hour of the 9 o'clock. How could he have the time now? Looking at Cheng Haonan's exhausted appearance, he looked like he was about to run out of oil. Boundless Sea wanted to drag it out a bit more. In any case, the conference only said that it would end at the hour of the 9 o'clock. It didn't say whether it would end at the beginning or end of the 9 o'clock. However, facing the anxious gazes of everyone below the stage, if he really did that, Boundless Sea had no doubt that he would definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. If everyone spat on him, he would be drowned alive. Helpless, Boundless Sea could only brace himself and walk to the center. Beside him, Qi Mingyuan and the others all had mocking expressions on their faces. This chief judge's 4 Seas Escort Agency had always been used to swaggering around. They had always acted like the overlord of the escort agencies, but now, they were only a measly 6th in point. The dignified hegemon of the escort agency, who fought on their home turf, had lost to the 5 major escort agencies in the blink of an eye. This was simply unprecedented. This time, the 4 Seas Escort Agency would really be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Because of time constraints, this year's Southern Continent Escort Agency Conference has come to an end. Boundless Sea's first sentence made everyone let out a sigh of relief. Each and every one of them had expressions of relief. Fuck, this pain in the ass match had finally come to an end. The audience immediately began to discuss amongst themselves. Right now, on the point rankings, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was still in first place with 1070 points. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in second place with 960 points. Third, fourth, and fifth place were Divine Wind Escort Agency, Great Sky Escort Agency, and Black Eagle Escort Agency. As for the Four Seas Escort Agency, they had been forced out of the top 5, settling at 6th place. Among them, the most exciting was the battle for first place between the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. These two escort agencies originated from the Wei-Arc Sea territory, and their points were so high that all the other escort agencies could only look up to them in the dust. Most importantly, the difference between the two agencies was only 110 points. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency had chased after them for an entire afternoon, but in the end, they still fell short. It could only be said that this was the will of the heavens. Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and even Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Even now, they still couldn't believe that their Heavens Equal Escort Agency had actually managed to take the lead all the way to the end, becoming the overlord of the escort agency. In the Southern Continent Sea territory, this position was equivalent to the leader of the righteous path. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them the number one power in the Southern Continent Sea territory. Who wouldn't be excited by such an honor? As for the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, although it was a pity that they didn't manage to overtake the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in the end, they had risen from a small, unknown agency to become the high and mighty second agency. If Long Kuiba wasn't satisfied with such a heaven-defying result, then he would really be drowned by everyone's spittle. This was just like a student's exam in the secular world. A straight-A student would sigh all day and say that he couldn't do well in his exams. In the end, when the results came out, he got second place in the whole school. How the fucking hell were the other slackers supposed to live? Looking at the big winners of this South Continent's Escort Agency Grand Meet, other than the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, the next biggest winner was the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Although it had the predecessor of the Yuantong Escort Agency, it was still a newly established escort agency after all. To be able to become one of the top 5 escort agencies in their first Grand Meet was definitely a cause for celebration, and there were no regrets to speak of. On the other hand, the biggest loser was undoubtedly the Four Seas Escort Agency. As the overlord of the escort agencies, they had fallen to 6th place. From now on, the Four Seas Escort Agency would become the laughingstock of everyone. The era that belonged to the Four Seas Escort Agency was gone forever. Chapter 4486. Feeling everyone's mocking gazes, Boundless Sea, who had become the center of attention, couldn't help but feel his face heat up. He was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, there was no such hole in the ground. Even if Boundless Sea wanted to hide, there was no place for him to do so. Of course, with his personality, he definitely wouldn't give up just like that. According to the rules of the conference, it was time for the chief judge to give a concluding speech. However, now that the Four Seas Escort Agency couldn't even enter the 5 Great Escort Agency, the title of chief judge naturally couldn't remain in Boundless Sea's hands. Letting the new overlord, Qi Mingyuan, speak was what everyone wanted. However, Boundless Sea clearly didn't plan on giving up his position just like that. With a solemn expression, he continued, "Even though the competition has ended, there is still an extremely important matter that I need to announce to everyone." What the hell is this guy doing? Qi Mingyuan had already stood up and was about to go on stage, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He looked at each other in confusion. According to my observations, someone has cheated in this year's conference and used dishonorable methods to compete. This has brought shame to the fairness of the conference, so severe punishment must be meted out. Boundless Sea's words were stern and righteous. After rousing everyone's emotions, he loudly announced, "As the chief judge, I now revoke the points of Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency and expel them from the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. From now on, they will never participate in the conference again. What? The first and second place escort agencies are both disqualified? The crowd instantly went into an uproar. The entire Magic Lung Plaza instantly erupted. Everyone who had been drowsy from watching the competition suddenly became alert and shouted the same question. What's going on? Even the onlookers were so excited, let alone Qi Mingyuan and the others who bore the brunt of it. They all looked at Boundless Sea with the same expression. Is this guy fucking crazy? Playing this kind of trick because he can't afford to lose? Who does he think he is? He's just a stray dog who lost his position as the overlord of the escort agencies. He can't even enter the 5 great escort agency, yet he still has the face to say that he is the chief judge of the conference and even dares to declare that the first 2 agencies will be disqualified and permanently expelled from the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance. Qi Mingyuan and the others were shocked, but Long Kuiba and Cheng Haonan were shocked. Apart from their ugly expressions, their hearts couldn't help but thump. Neither of them were idiots. From Boundless Sea's tone, they could faintly guess what he was planning. The crowd was about to go out of control. Boundless Sea wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was secretly delighted. In his opinion, the more agitated these people were, the better. The more agitated they were, the easier it would be for him to guide them. Once the crowd became agitated, everyone present would become a spear in his hand. Wherever he pointed, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would not be able to escape. In fact, in his original plan, this trump card was only meant to be used against the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. However, after recalling the course of the competition, suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He might as well go all the way and crush the 2 escort agencies. He had no choice but to do this, even though he had killed a Dragon Boat Escort Agency. His 4 Seas Escort Agency would be able to rise back into the ranks of the 5 great escort agencies. At the very least, he wouldn't lose too much face. However, this wouldn't change the fact that the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency had become the hegemon of the escort agencies. Boundless Sea had all sorts of conflicts with the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. In the future, if Qi Mingyuan became the leader, his fate could be imagined. His days definitely wouldn't be easy, so no matter what, he had to think of a way to destroy the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Now that he had a rare opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, it would be strange if he didn't take it. Boundless Sea, how exactly did my Equal of Heaven Escort Agency cheat? How did we use unfair methods to compete? You'd better tell me clearly in front of everyone. Otherwise, we'll have to fight to the death today. Qi Mingyuan slowly walked in front of Boundless Sea. His tone was calm, but his killing intent was chilling. Boundless Sea's words meant that he had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. Since the other side had already drawn the line, he naturally wouldn't back down. If Boundless Sea couldn't give a satisfactory explanation, he wouldn't hesitate to fight to the death with the 4 Seas Escort Agency. He, Qi Mingyuan, had started from scratch. In the dangerous waters of the southern continent, he had single-handedly brought the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency to glory. How could such an ambitious and ruthless person be easy to deal with? Even if their foundation wasn't as strong as the 4 Seas Escort Agency, when it came to bravery and courage, the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency definitely wouldn't lose to anyone here. Head Escort Qi is right. Boundless Sea, why do you speak like you're farting? No matter what, you're still the previous hegemon of the escort agency. Are you really that bad at losing? You dropped out of the top 5 and you're already acting like a shameless villain? Isn't that too laughable? Long Kuiba chimed in. He and Qi Mingyuan had an irreconcilable grudge. Unless he had no other choice, he definitely wouldn't be willing to go along with Qi Mingyuan's words. He wanted to be more strong-willed, but the problem was that he had a guilty conscience. With the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency acting as a shield, he still had a chance to bluff his way through. If he was singled out, he would undoubtedly die. Qi Mingyuan and Long Kuiba's simultaneous attacks made everyone's gazes towards Boundless Sea extremely playful. With his current situation, suddenly making such a slanderous accusation to drag down the number 1 and number 2 escort agencies, anyone would feel that Boundless Sea's motives were impure. After all, the 4 Seas escort agency had fallen out of the top 5. Such a humiliating matter had happened to the 4 Seas escort agency. It was obvious that the 4 Seas escort agency was struggling at death's door. It wouldn't be strange for Boundless Sea to do anything at this time. However, his desire to destroy the Equal of Heaven escort agency and the Dragon Boat escort agency was too much to be deceiving himself. In the eyes of at least 90% of the audience, Boundless Sea's actions were impossibly stupid. Not only would he not save the 4 Seas escort agency, he would only push the 4 Seas escort agency into an even more bottomless abyss. After all, ever since the Southern Continent escort agency's establishment, there had never been a situation where the number 1 and 2 escort agencies were eliminated. This was completely illogical. Everyone was in high spirits as they watched the show. In their eyes, this scene was much more interesting than the group arena. A match like Cheng Haonan's would make people sleepy, but this definitely wouldn't. Just based on Boundless Sea's previous words, this matter was destined to become the focal point of the entire Southern Continent. This was a rich topic of conversation. Boundless Sea remained calm despite being stared at by everyone. He had no intention of backing down. Chapter 4487. After all, he was used to being the overlord of an escort agency. No matter how despicable he was in private, he was always full of himself in public. You guys don't agree? Boundless Sea looked at Chi Mingyuan provocatively. As for Long Kuiba and Cheng Haonan, he didn't even bother to look at them. In his eyes, they were already dead. Haha, you're still acting like the head judge. You're used to being the overlord of an escort agency. You're not going to let go even if you're beaten to death. Do you think we'll agree? Chi Mingyuan sneered. What about you guys? What do you think? Boundless Sea smiled nonchalantly and turned to look at Zhao Bufan and the others. If the Heavens Equal escort agency and the Dragon Boat escort agency were destroyed, the 4 Seas escort agency would only rise from the 6th to the 4th place. However, the Divine Wind escort agency would rise from the 3rd place to the 1st place. The benefits they would receive would be much greater than the 4 Seas escort agencies. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity for the other 5 escort agencies. The bosses of these escort agencies had always placed profit above all else. There was no need to guess what they would choose. As long as he could obtain their support, Boundless Sea would be invincible. Let alone the Dragon Boat escorts, even the Heavens Equal escort agency wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Everyone looked at Zhao Bufan and waited for the chief escort of God Wind escort agency to speak. He didn't disappoint them. He coughed and said loudly, letting Heavens Equal escort agency and Dragon Boat escort agency be eliminated, Chief Escort High really has a good plan. Unfortunately, I don't agree with you. I beg to differ. Boundless Sea was stunned. He didn't need to use any strength to become the overlord of an escort agency. This was a fat piece of meat that was delivered to his doorstep. How could he disagree? My opinion is the same as Head Escort Zhao's, Great Sky Escort Agency said. After listening to the two men's statements, everyone's gazes turned to Zhao Shanying with great interest. Currently, the Black Hawk Escort Agency was ranked 5th and could be considered as one of the top 5 escort agencies in the country. My Black Eagle Escort Agency wouldn't do such a shameless and laughable thing, Zhao Shanying sneered. He curled his lips in disdain. Boundless Sea's expression instantly darkened. These three's stance meant that none of the 5 great escort agency agreed. His position as the main judge was because 4 Seas escort agency was ranked 6th. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem right. This was completely different from what he had expected. It wasn't what he had expected at all. It wasn't just Boundless Sea. Even Chi Mingyuan couldn't help but look at these people with astonishment. Even he didn't think that these big bosses of the escort agency would be so righteous at a time like this. The bystanders were all confused. But Zhao Bufan and the others knew that it wasn't because they found their conscience and changed their mindset. Especially God Wind Escort Company. If they said that they weren't tempted by the position of the head of the escort company, they would be lying to themselves. But the problem was that he didn't dare to take this hot potato. Boundless Sea dared to eliminate the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency with a single sentence. If the Divine Wind Escort Agency took over, wouldn't Boundless Sea do the same thing again? Wouldn't the Divine Wind Escort Agency be disqualified as well? It could be seen from everyone's mocking gazes. Boundless Sea's method was completely fooling around. It wasn't feasible at all. In this kind of situation, even if the God Wind Escort Agency got lucky, it would be a castle in the air. Not only would they offend the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency, if something really happened, Boundless Sea could still push the blame onto them and make them the scapegoats. And he would stay out of it. After all, the God Wind Escort Agency was the biggest beneficiary. Boundless Sea's intentions couldn't be seen by others, but he wanted to hide it from these people's eyes. It was impossible. Not only did Zhao Bufan and the others not accept it, they even put on a righteous stance and made a false accusation. This unexpected reaction made Boundless Sea dumbfounded. He couldn't react for a long time. However, there was no turning back. Since Boundless Sea had already openly offended them, he couldn't just give up halfway. Zhao Bufan and the others' opposition could only mean one thing. They were stupid. If they didn't take the meat that fell into their mouths, then they couldn't blame the Four Seas Escort Agency for not eating well. Haha, it seems like everyone doesn't know the truth. But since the head judge has already given such an obvious hint, can't you all use your brains to think before you speak? Starting from Zhao Bufan, Boundless Sea's mocking gaze swept across their faces one by one. In the end, his gaze landed on Qi Mingyuan and Long Kuiba. If you have something to say, then say it. If we don't clear things up today, there will definitely be blood spilled between us. Qi Mingyuan snorted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Boundless Sea's dirty tricks at all. However, Long Kuiba didn't have this confidence. Being stared at by Boundless Sea like this, he subconsciously shrunk his neck. He secretly glanced at Cheng Haonan, whose face was also ashen. Today's matter was probably over. Okay, then let everyone be witnesses. Boundless Sea smiled coldly and turned to Long Kuiba. Head Escort Long, this head judge will ask you a question. You better answer truthfully. Do you know that Cheng Haonan and Wu Bao Liang are both evil cultivators? Evil cultivators? Everyone's expressions changed. The powerful Cheng Haonan and Wu Bao Liang were actually evil cultivators. Only Lin Yi's expression was normal. He didn't dare to say for sure whether Cheng Haonan was a real evil cultivator or not, but there was no doubt that Wu Bao Liang was. This was something recognized by the Northern Island officials. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that even if they were evil cultivators, so what? Did everyone need to have such a big reaction? Due to the chaos in the southern continent's sea, murder and arson were everywhere. Lin Yi's first impression was that this should be a paradise for evil cultivators. Otherwise, why would Wu Bao Liang run all the way here to take refuge? Everyone should have long been used to evil cultivators. There was no reason for them to be so shocked, right? In the end, Lin Yi was just an outsider. Although he had stayed here for a few months, his understanding of the southern continent's sea was not deep. He didn't even have a deep understanding of the southern continent's escort agency festival. If he knew that this was the representative of the southern continent's righteous path, he would understand why everyone had such a reaction to evil cultivators. Beside him, Qi Wenhan's reaction was interesting. After hearing Boundless Sea's words, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. His face was full of regret. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Chapter 4488. He knew that Wu Bao Liang was a heretic, but he had never thought of using this point to make a fuss. It could only be said that as the young master of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan still had a long way to go. If he wanted to reach the level of a crafty old fox like Boundless Sea, he still needed more experience. You're slandering us. Everyone, don't believe him. Boundless Sea is simply jealous and can't afford to lose. He maliciously slandered our Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Everyone had yet to digest this explosive inside story. Long Kuiba hurriedly refuted with a red face, while Cheng Haonan's face was pale. The worst situation had finally happened. Slandering us? Boundless Sea smiled calmly. He didn't even look at Long Kuiba. He turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone here is a discerning person. Think carefully about the match between Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan. Both of them had a strange layer of black aura. Don't you think it's strange at all?" At this point, if they still couldn't react, then they would truly be idiots. Before, when they hadn't thought about it in this direction, they hadn't felt that anything was wrong. But now that Boundless Sea had pointed it out, they immediately felt that there was something fishy going on. They're clearly only golden core perfection, but Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan are far stronger than golden core experts. Even nascent soul experts might not be their match. Is this normal? Moreover, I believe you've never seen this strange layer of black aura on their bodies before, right? Boundless Sea struck the iron while it was hot. Nonsense. Seeing everyone's suspicious gazes, Long Kuiba couldn't help but anxiously defend himself. Long Kuiba couldn't help but explain, "Boundless Ocean, with your logic, does that mean all experts who can challenge those above them are evil cultivators? As the head escort of the Four Seas Escort Agency, are your standards so low? You haven't even seen these geniuses before. As for the black aura, it's purely baseless malicious slander. This is a secret technique that will never be passed on to outsiders. Is it strange that you haven't seen it before?" Everyone's gaze focused back on Boundless Sea. Although they had their doubts, Boundless Sea's accusations lacked concrete evidence. Did he want to remove the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency from the list with just these speculations? Isn't this a little too far-fetched? "PH, you're about to die and you still want to quibble?" Boundless Sea sneered. "Then tell me, what kind of spiritual root type of cultivator could produce a black gas? Don't you think it's too easy for you to use the words unique secret technique? Regardless of whether it's a unique secret skill or not, it must be supported by the attribute of the spirit root. It is indeed impossible to create black energy. Wu Bao Liang is dead and we can't verify it from him, but Cheng Haonan should at least prove it." Zhao Bufan suddenly interrupted. Even though he didn't want to be used by Boundless Sea as a tool, if he could prove that he was an evil cultivator, then things would be different. He couldn't let Boundless Sea take all the credit. Otherwise, Boundless Sea might take advantage of this opportunity to ride on his head again. With how shameless Boundless Sea was, it wasn't that they couldn't do something like exchanging contribution points for ranking. He has an extremely rare mutated spiritual root. "It's normal that you guys haven't seen him before," Long Kuiba said with a guilty conscience. Now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet. A mutated spiritual root. Not only could he explain why he could fight enemies of a higher level, but he could also explain the origin of the black energy. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, his excuse wasn't flawless. Whether it was a mutated spiritual root or not, as long as a professional spirit root testing tool was used to verify it. It was just that normal spirit root testing tools could be seen everywhere. However, it was very rare to have a 100% mutated spiritual root. Only those academies in the Eastern continent would have such a professional and exquisite tool. In the chaotic Southern continent, it was rare. Cheng Haonan could only gamble that there wasn't such a tool prepared at the scene. That way, he would at least have a chance to turn the situation around. Otherwise, he would really lose his life. Sure enough, after Long Kuiba said this, Zhao Bufan and the others couldn't help but frown. They really didn't have a 100% mutated spiritual root testing tool. Mutated spiritual root? Boundless Sea smiled calmly. Long Kuiba and the others had handed themselves over to him. If he still couldn't deal with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, then he didn't need to mingle in the southern continent anymore. He immediately said coldly, "Okay, then tell everyone, what kind of mutated spiritual root does Cheng Haonan have? Let him come out and show us some basic martial arts. We'll know at a glance." Yes, show him. Everyone in the field agreed. They were just wondering why Cheng Haonan never used basic martial arts, but only used ordinary punches and kicks to fight. Even if this was his fighting style, as a dignified expert in the peak of Gold Core realm, he didn't even use his best martial arts. Wasn't it too strange? Not only Cheng Haonan, But even Wu Baoliang didn't show any basic martial arts with a clear attribute. He only showed a powerful martial art that everyone couldn't understand. Now that they thought about it, it was strange no matter how they looked at it. This. Long Kuiba was dumbfounded. Even he didn't know what to do now. For all evil cultivators, no matter if they started cultivating directly or entered the Tao halfway, there was at least one point that was indisputable. All evil cultivators had to destroy their previous spirit root attribute before they started cultivating. This was because all evil cultivation methods were against the norm, and the foundation of their creation was the reverse spirit root attribute. Not only the 5 normal spiritual roots, but also those rare mutated spiritual roots had to be completely destroyed. Otherwise, it would cause a fatal conflict in the body, and the only result would be a sudden death. Long Kuiba was dumbfounded. Cheng Haonan was also dumbfounded. Even if it was wind, rain, thunder, lightning, or other mutated spiritual roots, they could at least be justified and show the corresponding spiritual root attribute martial arts. But how could he do it? He couldn't say that he had a black spiritual root, right? How could there be such an inexplicable spiritual root in the world? It might be possible to deceive a 3-year-old child, but it was impossible to deceive so many experts present, especially Boundless Sea, who knew their ins and out. Come on, we won't wrongly accuse a righteous cultivator, and we won't let any evil cultivator go. As long as you can prove that you are not an evil cultivator, I, Boundless Sea, will kowtow and apologize to you on the spot. Boundless Sea sneered and said eloquently. This time, Long Kuiba was completely at a loss of what to do. In this kind of situation, no matter how much he said, it was useless. Only by displaying the fundamental martial techniques could he clear his suspicions. This was a dead end. R655. Chapter 4489. Long Kuiba could only helplessly shrug at Cheng Haonan. However, before he could say anything, a sharp and terrifying howl suddenly erupted from beside him. Cheng Haonan's body suddenly emitted a thick layer of black aura. His state was the same as when he was fighting against Lin Yi. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had any intention of surrounding him, he broke into a run without saying anything. Bang! Cheng Haonan wasn't an idiot. He knew that there was no turning back now that the situation had developed to this point. He definitely wouldn't be able to fool everyone today. Once his identity as an evil cultivator was confirmed, he would definitely be surrounded by everyone. Let alone the fact that Cheng Haonan was currently exhausted, even if he was at his peak condition, facing the pursuit of so many nascent soul stage experts, he would definitely die without a grave. There wouldn't even be a chance of survival. As a result, his only path of survival was to escape before everyone's killing intent fully manifested. As long as a top-tier expert like Boundless Sea didn't chase after him, he still had a sliver of a chance at survival. Seeing Cheng Haonan rush out of the crowd and instantly escape from Magic Cold Plaza, disappearing from everyone's sight, Long Kuiba was dumbfounded. Everyone present was dumbfounded as well. They were stunned for a moment before they realized what had happened. Fuck, he was fleeing to avoid punishment. Seeing this, a few cultivators in the periphery hurriedly chased after him. However, most of the people present were indifferent towards this. After all, Cheng Haonan's strength was there for all to see. Don't look at how exhausted he was. From the astonishing speed at which he escaped, it could be seen that this guy still had room to struggle on his deathbed. With the strength of most of the people present, let alone the fact that they couldn't catch up to Cheng Haonan's speed, even if they caught up, they definitely wouldn't be able to beat him. In his normal state, Cheng Haonan could easily beat the crap out of them, let alone the crazy Cheng Haonan who had turned completely black. It was true that the evil cultivator had to be killed, but no one was stupid. They wouldn't throw away their lives just to chase after an evil cultivator. Didn't they see that even a top-tier expert like Boundless Sea had no intention of attacking? With Boundless Sea's strength, of course he could beat Cheng Haonan. However, right now was the crucial time to consolidate the fruits of victory. How could he chase after him? What if Zhao Bufan and the others took advantage of them? When he returned, it would be too late. If Boundless Sea didn't chase, Zhao Bufan and the others wouldn't chase either. Boundless Sea was worried about them, But they were also worried about Boundless Sea. Out of all the people present, the only one who could pose a fatal threat to Cheng Haonan and have the heart to go after him was probably Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi frowned, suppressing the thought in the end. There was no other way. If he chased after Cheng Haonan, no matter if he caught up or not, Boundless Sea would hit him while he was down. He would seize the opportunity to say that he was also an evil cultivator and ran away with Cheng Haonan. In the past, no one would have believed this kind of bullshit. But now that Cheng Haonan had confessed without being pressed, if Lin Yi couldn't clear his name, it would be the same as having yellow mud falling in his pants. Even if it wasn't shit, it would still be shit. Lin Yi didn't really care. With his background, as long as he spent a bit of time, it wouldn't be hard to clear his name. However, this would definitely implicate the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Regardless of whether or not they could recover their reputation, their hard-earned position as the head of the escort agency would be gone. Perhaps Boundless Sea had purposely tied the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together for this purpose. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't let him succeed, even though he had made the decision to bide his time. However, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Even he wasn't completely confident in dealing with an expert evil cultivator like Cheng Haonan. This time, not only was his opponent exhausted, he was also injured. This was the perfect opportunity to kill him, but he could only let it go. It was a bit of a pity. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Long Kuiba. Cheng Haonan's sudden escape had pushed him, the head escort of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, into the heart of the struggle. This situation was like Boundless Sea had set up a pot of oil, but Cheng Haonan had casually pushed him down. Helpless, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. This was Long Kuiba's current situation. It was rare for him to ascend to the throne of the No. 2 escort agency, but he hadn't even had the time to sit down properly. He hadn't even had the time to be happy when this throne was swapped with a tiger stool, and he had to sit down on it. Long Kuiba's current mood was so bad that he couldn't even cry. Under everyone's gazes, Long Kuiba sat down on the ground as if he had lost his parents. At this moment, no matter what he said, it was pointless. He couldn't run away like Cheng Haonan. After all, he had the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency behind him. This was the foundation he had painstakingly built up. He couldn't just give it up, so he could only wait for Boundless Sea's verdict. Now everyone is very clear that Cheng Haonan is an evil cultivator. There's no doubt about this. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency actually let an evil cultivator participate in the competition. Where does that leave our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance? Could it be that our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance has fallen to this level? Have we fallen to the same level as evil cultivators? Boundless Sea suddenly occupied the moral high ground. In a daze, he seemed to have returned to being the high-spirited tyrant of the escort agency. In the chaotic waters of the Southern Continent, morality was worthless. However, in some special situations, it could be used to kidnap everyone and become a sharp weapon that no one could resist. Boundless Sea clearly understood this well. At this moment, even Zhao Bufan and the others couldn't interrupt. If they followed Boundless Sea's words, they would become his followers. However, if they went against Boundless Sea, they would be openly covering up for an evil cultivator. They couldn't bear such a big label, so they could only turn a blind eye to it. Among the judges, only Qi Mingyuan continued to frown at Boundless Sea coldly. However, he didn't rashly say anything. After all, they were talking about the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. There was no need for him to take the initiative. It wouldn't be too late to counterattack when the other side made trouble. Facing the righteous Boundless Sea, Long Kuiba couldn't say anything. Right now, he only regretted one thing. It wasn't allying with the Poison Eye mercenaries, nor letting Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan participate, but going to the Four Seas Escort Agency to visit Boundless Sea that night. If he hadn't taken the initiative to give Boundless Sea a handle, even if he didn't have the chance to deal with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi, even if he couldn't get into the top 5, he could at least retreat unscathed. It was much better than being trampled on like this. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Chapter 4490. So now, The fate of Long Kuiba and the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency was in Boundless Sea's hands. He was the only person who had absolute authority in this situation. Whether the Dragon Boat Escort Agency lived or died depended on his decision. Reading novels on the internet using an evil cultivator to fight in the ring is an insult to the entire South Continent Escort Bureau Alliance. It's intolerable and unforgivable. Boundless Sea spoke harshly, scaring Long Kuiba so much that his hands and feet turned cold. Only then did he announce, "Right now, as the main judge of the conference, I will revoke all of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's results in this competition. However, since you guys aren't evil cultivators and were only deceived by others, we will temporarily retain the qualifications of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. We will see your performance in the next conference." As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire Cold Magic Plaza burst into discussion. As for the ashen-faced Long Kuiba, he was overjoyed. He looked at Boundless Sea in disbelief. Only his results were cancelled, and not his name forever. Boundless Sea's previous forceful actions made it seem as if he was going to fight to the death with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Who would have thought that he would let the Dragon Boat Escort Agency off so easily? This was truly unexpected. "Thank you, Chief Judge, for your magnanimity. We were deceived by these two evil cultivators. It was I, the Chief Escort, who failed to recognize people. Our Dragon Boat Escort Agency is willing to accept the punishment." Long Kuiba came back to his senses and hurriedly expressed his thanks. This result was already a blessing in disguise for him. It was indeed a pity to lose the second place, but since he had the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to accompany him, it was still somewhat comforting. It wasn't too bad. Can you be more careful and change for the better? It all depends on your performance. Boundless Sea nodded his head, acting like a leader. Looking at this strange scene, Qi Mingyuan could not help but frown. What the hell was this guy trying to do? His intuition told him that Boundless Sea's actions weren't that simple. There had to be a deeper meaning. A stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Long Kuiba and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency were kicked off the stage by him, yet they still have to be grateful to him. Boundless Sea's methods have reached perfection. Lin Yi smiled faintly from afar. Boundless Sea said it all depended on his future performance. In fact, it was like a sharp sword hanging over Long Kuiba's head, forcing him to bow his head. He could only obediently be his underling, or else this sword could fall at any moment. From this point alone, Boundless Sea's methods could be considered brilliant. "I just want to know what this guy is up to now. Why did you tie our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? The Dragon Boat Escort Agency has evil cultivators, but we don't. Isn't this nonsense?" Qi Wenhan was still frowning. "Hihi, the dagger will be revealed at the end of the map. You'll know when you keep watching." Lin Yi shook his head indifferently. Sure enough, after Boundless Sea successfully grasped the right to speak through the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and turned to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He looked at Qi Mingyuan with malicious intent and said, "Chief Escort Qi, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency has already admitted to their crimes. You saw how I dealt with it. You just have to hand over the heretic cultivator and cancel your results. I believe that you're a smart person. Why don't you think about it?" Lin Yi was overjoyed. So this was Boundless Sea's true intention. No wonder he treated the Dragon Boat Escort Agency lightly. Apart from making it easier for him to control the agency in the future. Apart from making it easier for him to control the Dragon Boat Escort Agency in the future, this was the more important goal. To split the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. More accurately speaking, it was to split him and Qi Mingyuan. Without a doubt, the evil cultivator that Boundless Sea was talking about was none other than Lin Yi. "Think about it." Qi Mingyuan sneered disdainfully. "Think about what? Think about whether or not I should listen to your bullshit. Boundless Sea, you want to tie my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together? Don't you think too highly of yourself? You." Boundless Sea suddenly choked. He didn't think that Qi Mingyuan was this domineering before, but now that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had reached the top, he didn't think that Qi Mingyuan would be so overbearing. Qi Mingyuan didn't even put him in his eyes. In the past, if Qi Mingyuan dared to talk to him like this, Boundless Sea would have already stepped on him. As the overlord of the escort agency, he had the confidence to do so. However, things were different now. In name, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was the overlord of the escort agencies. Before confirming that he was a heretic cultivator, Boundless Sea couldn't do anything to him. Qi Mingyuan, I'm giving you a way out of this embarrassing situation. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You used a heretic to cheat and get points. What's there to be arrogant about? Boundless Sea's expression changed. Heretic cultivator? That's quite a big label. Let me ask you, who in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is a heretic? Qi Mingyuan sneered. He obviously knew that Boundless Sea was referring to Lingwan. He didn't dare say anything else, but if someone said that Lingwan was a heretic like Wu Baoliang and Cheng Haonan, he wouldn't believe it. Lingwan. A sinister expression flashed across Boundless Sea's face. He shouted, "You dare say that Lingwan isn't a heretic?" For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yi with suspicion and scrutiny. Wu Baoliang, Cheng Haonan, and this Lingwan could be said to be the most impressive Golden Core experts in this year's conference. Their strength was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Now that it was proven that the first two were heretics, what about this Lingwan? This sort of thinking made everyone naturally stand against Lin Yi. Boundless Sea had perfected this move of pushing the boat with the current without leaving a trace. Qi Mingyuan was about to retort, but at this moment, Lin Yi walked out from below the stage. He raised his head and glanced at Boundless Sea. He curled his lips and said, "How can you tell that I'm a heretic? You still want to quibble now? Your moves are the same as Wu Baoliang's. If you're not a heretic, then what are you? Could it be that we proper cultivators can already use the skills of heretics?" Boundless Sea looked down disdainfully. Everyone present nodded. Evil cultivators and righteous cultivators were two completely different systems. Just like how evil cultivators could not use martial skills of righteous cultivators could not use martial skills of evil cultivators. This was a well-known principle. Although the moves Lin Yi used just now seemed a little different, they were essentially the same as Wu Baoliang's moves. Boundless Sea's words were indeed very suspicious. Haha, let me ask you a question first. Did you eat too many retard pills? Lin Yi smiled and didn't answer. Huh. Boundless Sea stared blankly. Even though he didn't know what a retard was, he could tell from Lin Yi's mocking expression that it wasn't anything good. His expression immediately turned ugly. Chapter 4491. Just because it's the same move, does that mean you're a heretic? That heretic used a normal punch. Does that mean you can't use it? Otherwise, you'll be a heretic too? Lin Yi sneered. Everyone looked at each other. Even though the good and the evil could not coexist and martial arts could not be used, Lin Yi's explanation was not wrong. Sophistry. One is a normal punch, the other is a proper martial art. Are they the same thing? Boundless Sea exploded with anger. His face was full of murderous intent. Cheng Haonan has already run away. You're not running either. Do you really think our South Continent Escort Agency alliance has fallen to the point of associating with heretics? You don't even know how to write the word death. Haha, I don't know how to write the word death. Do you? Lin Yi's expression was completely fearless. It was as if he did not care about Boundless Sea's accusations at all. He even had the mood to ridicule Boundless Sea. Boundless Sea was furious. If he did not care about his status, he would have personally taken the place of the will of heaven. With his shrewdness, he would not lose his composure just because of a few words from Lin Yi. The main reason was that his and the Four Seas Escort Agency's current awkward situation was all caused by Lin Yi. How could he not hate him? Now that there was a rare opportunity to kill Lin Yi to vent his anger, he could not ask for more. However, Boundless Sea did not act impulsively because he did not know what Qi Mingyuan's reaction would be. It would be fine if he just stood by and watched. But what if he attacked to protect Lin Yi? It would be a chaotic battle. The situation would definitely go out of control. That would not benefit Boundless Sea at all. Now that the right to speak was in his hands, he did not want to take such an unnecessary risk. Moreover, if he killed Lin Yi, Qi Mingyuan would insist that he killed him to silence him. That would be troublesome. H. No matter what you say, it's useless. This chief judge will not argue with you. Boundless Sea turned to everyone and said loudly, Lin Yi used the same martial art as Wu Bao Liang. It is enough to prove that he is the same as Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan. They are all evil cultivators. Everyone can see this with their own eyes. It is indisputable. He was afraid that something might happen if this continued. The longer the night dragged on, the more dreams could arise. Boundless Sea was prepared to seal his coffin. After all, Lin Yi was different from Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan. He had 30% speculation and 70% slander. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Wait. Qi Wenhan suddenly stepped forward. In a clear voice, he said, Ling Yi is an inner disciple of the 3 big pavilions of the North Island, and he has the mission token of the 3 big pavilions of the North Island. This time, he traveled thousands of miles to the South Continent just to kill the evil cultivator Wu Bao Liang. Let me ask you, how could such a person be an evil cultivator? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exploded into an uproar, and they couldn't help but discuss animatedly. It turns out that he's a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. Then he can't be an evil cultivator. Many people immediately nodded. Not bad. Although the strength of the North Island is not as good as that of the South Continent, the cohesion is extremely high, and the high level of the 3 pavilions of the North Island is also full of experts. There are even profound ascension stage and even mountain opening stage giants, and they have always considered themselves as a righteous sect. How could this kind of place accept an evil cultivator as a disciple? Those who knew a little more about the North Island were even more convinced. Yes, a place like the North Island can't be compared to our side. We often have evil cultivators here, but the North Island is well governed by the 3 pavilions. Let alone their inner disciples, even the surrounding cultivator tribes don't have any soil for evil cultivators to live in. Everyone agreed. Hearing everyone's discussion, Boundless Sea's expression couldn't help but change. If this continued, it would get out of control. Even he didn't know that Lin Yi was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. After all, Lin Yi had only mentioned his background to Qi Wenhan and a few others when he first arrived at the Verdant Arc Sea territory. After that, he never mentioned it again. Even if Boundless Sea sent people to investigate, it wouldn't be easy. You can't say that. Even if Ling Yi is a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island, it doesn't mean that he definitely isn't an evil cultivator. Boundless Sea immediately rejected. Oh. Then according to you, Boundless Sea, our South Island Escort Agency Alliance wouldn't be in cahoots with evil cultivators. Are you saying that the 3 pavilions of the North Island would actually tolerate evil cultivators? Why don't we write a letter to the North Island and explain your doubts to the higher-ups of the North Island? Qi Mingyuan slanted his eyes and teased. That's not what I meant. Boundless Sea couldn't help but shrink back. Don't look at how he was strutting around the southern continent's waters, looking like an overlord, but compared to the overlords of the Northern Island's 3 great pavilions, he wasn't even worth a fart. Any one of their higher-ups could crush him to death in a matter of minutes. You keep saying that even if he's a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island, it doesn't mean that he isn't an evil cultivator. If that's not what you mean, then what do you mean? Qi Mingyuan's expression was unkind. According to my investigation, that Wu Bao Liang was once a disciple of the North Island. Since he's an evil cultivator, how can you prove that Ling Yi isn't? Boundless Sea snorted coldly, then added, this chief judge has always admired the 3 pavilions of the North Island, but for such a huge force like the 3 pavilions, it's normal for 1 or 2 scum to sneak in without noticing. Wu Bao Liang is clear proof. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Today's matter was getting more and more interesting. It turned out that even this Wu Bao Liang was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. It was really unexpected. Wait, Boundless Sea, you said you investigated? Qi Mingyuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. This means that you already knew about Wu Bao Liang's background, but didn't want to stop him as soon as possible. Instead, You sat and watched Wu Bao Liang go up to the arena? Tell me, what's your motive for doing this? For a moment, everyone's gazes towards Boundless Sea became playful again. Anyone with a quick brain could figure out what was behind this kind of thing. However, as the chief judge of the conference, Boundless Sea kept saying that he was fair and just, but in the end, he still did this kind of thing. That was too hypocritical. In the southern continent sea region, people would worship a bold and ambitious person, but if it was a hypocrite who said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, that person would be even more despised than a real villain. Boundless Sea suddenly sweated like rain. Just now, all he wanted to do was pull Lingyi into the water, but he forgot such an obvious flaw. He quickly defended himself. My previous investigation only found that Wu Bao Liang was a disciple of the 3 pavilions of the North Island. I can't confirm that he's an evil cultivator. In order to avoid wrongly accusing a good person, before I have enough evidence, I, as the chief judge of the conference, of course can't casually suspect others. Chapter 4492. This was a reasonable explanation, but it was clear from everyone's expressions that they wouldn't believe it so easily. In the southern continent, where conspiracy theories were prevalent, anyone who believed that Boundless Sea didn't have a single bit of selfishness wouldn't be able to survive until now. Since you're so cautious, why are you saying that our Lingyi is a heretic just because of some groundless nonsense? Below the stage, Qi Wenhan scoffed and sneered. And your logic doesn't make sense at all. If he and Wu Bao Liang are both evil cultivators who escaped from the 3 pavilions of North Island, then why would they come all the way to this South State Escort Agency event to fight to the death? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Boundless Sea couldn't help but be furious at being mocked by a junior like Qi Wenhan. However, he suppressed his anger and didn't directly attack. He said maliciously, "This is a matter between heretics. If you want to know, you'll have to ask them themselves. If I were to guess, it's most likely because he practices the same mental cultivation method as Wu Bao Liang, so he silenced them to hide his identity as a heretic. You're slandering me." Qi Wenhan was furious. Boundless Sea was determined to convict Lingyi of being a heretic. He wanted to kill him with just a few words. He was sinister and malicious. I think you're the one who's spouting nonsense. You don't even know that a heretic managed to become one of the higher-ups of your escort agency. Even now, you still dare to publicly protect a heretic. Do you really think that our Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance can't deal with your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? Boundless Sea glared at him coldly. Qi Wenhan couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Even his father, Qi Mingyuan, clenched his fists. The entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was united against a common enemy. They just needed to give the order and they would fight on the spot. Magic Cold Plaza was in a state of panic, as if a storm was brewing. Right at this moment, among the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce beside the judging panel, someone suddenly stood up. He cleared his throat and interrupted in a clear voice, "Can everyone listen to what I have to say?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused on this person. Some sharp-eyed people recognized him at a glance. This person was the newly appointed shopkeeper of the Hong Merchant Association's Arc branch, Honest Chai. As the second-largest chamber of commerce in the 5 Great Heaven Stage Islands, the Hong Chamber of Commerce was a force that could not be ignored no matter where it went. Businessmen paid particular attention to harmony and wealth. Not to mention the huge financial resources under its command, just the various forces and relationships it had with it was enough to make anyone fearful. Offending the Hong Chamber of Commerce. It was absolutely not as simple as offending a Chamber of Commerce. It was practically equivalent to offending a large number of top-notch powers, and there was no lack of super overlords that occupied an island. As a result, even though Honest Chai was just a small branch shopkeeper, his presence here represented the entire Hong Chamber of Commerce. His every word and action represented the Hong Chamber of Commerce's attitude. Even Boundless Sea didn't dare to look down on him. He could only lower himself and fawn over him. After all, including the Four Seas Escort Agency, more than half of the business of the escort agencies in the South Continent came from these chambers of commerce. The Hong Chamber of Commerce, as one of the most prominent, was their financial backer. If they didn't serve this rich man well, wouldn't they have nothing to eat in the future? Seeing Honest Chai suddenly stand up, Boundless Sea's heart suddenly thumped. He had a bad premonition, but the symbolic meaning of the other party's identity was too great, so he did not dare to forcefully interrupt him. He could only tactfully say, "Shopkeeper Chai, could I trouble you to wait for a moment? Business matters can wait until we have dealt with our family's scandal. Let's discuss the business in detail after that." Chief Escort High misunderstands. What I want to talk about isn't business. It has to do with young hero Ling Yi's identity. Honest Chai glanced at Boundless Sea. Without waiting for him to speak, he immediately turned to everyone and announced, "There is something that everyone might not know. I represent the Hong Chamber of Commerce to clarify that young hero Ling Yi is our Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman." Honorary vice-chairman? The crowd erupted once again. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This ordinary-looking Ling Yi was actually the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman? With this kind of status, no matter where he went, he would be a true big shot. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. However, at the same time, everyone had the same question in their hearts. Why would such a big shot run over to fight for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? Did he have nothing better to do after eating his fill? The thoughts of big shots were truly unfathomable. While everyone was still in shock, Boundless Sea was completely dumbfounded. In the investigation report on Lin Yi a few days ago, there was no mention of this guy having such a dazzling halo. With the status of Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman, normal people would definitely want the whole world to know about it. But this guy, from start to finish, didn't say a word. It was as if he couldn't see the light of day. Fuck, how could there be such a low-key monster in this world? Everyone, think about it. Our Hong Chamber of Commerce is open for business. How could we let a heretic become our honorary vice-chairman? Honest Chai looked at Boundless Sea with an unfriendly gaze. Even though he was a coward, Lin Yi was his benefactor and benefactor. In the future, he would still need to rely on Lin Yi and Hong Zhong's protection. That bastard Boundless Sea actually dared to slander him in front of everyone. If he didn't say a word, then he would really be ungrateful. With this, the situation was completely reversed. Everyone looked at Boundless Sea with doubtful gazes. Previously, when Qi Wenhan had proven that Lin Yi was a disciple of the Northern Island's three great pavilions, Boundless Sea could still say that Wu Baoliang was also a disciple of the Northern Island's three great pavilions. But now, Honest Chai had proven that Ling Wan was the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman. He couldn't say that Wu Baoliang was also the Hong Chamber of Commerce's honorary vice-chairman, right? Even if Boundless Sea had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make up such a rumor. On the other hand, Lin Yi, seeing Qi Wenhan, Qi Mingyuan, and Honest Chai stand up for him at this crucial moment, not hesitating to shed all pretense of cordiality with Boundless Sea, made him feel gratified. But in reality, even if Qi Wenhan and the others didn't do this, Lin Yi alone was enough to prove himself. The reason why he had remained silent was because the more intense the situation became, the more humiliated Boundless Sea would be. Even though the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency could rise, as the old hegemon, the Four Seas Escort Agency's prestige still remained. Right now, Lin Yi wanted to trample on this little bit of prestige and make Boundless Sea the laughingstock of everyone. If that happened, then he wouldn't have any prestige to speak of. And Boundless Sea dared to have crooked ideas against him today. It was destined that he would be humiliated. Chapter 4493. Ling Yi, although so many people are trying to exonerate you, you used the same martial technique as Wu Baoliang. This is definitely suspicious. If you really want to clear your name, you have to prove in front of everyone that you are not a heretic cultivator. Despite his anger and shock, Boundless Sea could only continue speaking. With a cold expression, he said, "If I can't prove it, then the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's results will be fake and won't count." This was Boundless Sea's current predicament. He had no way out. The other escort agencies were easy to deal with, but if he didn't get rid of Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and let the other side become the overlord of the escort agencies, he wouldn't be able to live a good life in the future. Accusing Lin Yi of being a heretic was something he came up with after watching Lin Yi and Wu Baoliang's match. Honestly speaking, he wasn't very confident, but he couldn't back down now. He had to believe that Lin Yi was a heretic. Sure. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He raised his hand and threw a frenzy fist at the stage under Boundless Sea's feet. The tightly guarded stage shook violently, almost causing Boundless Sea to lose his footing and make a fool of himself. He said calmly, "This is called Frenzy Fist. That move just now is called Thousand Frenzy Fiery Fist. Are you satisfied now?" This time, everyone was in an uproar. The might of the violent flaming thousand bursting fist was too exaggerated, and it was exactly the same as Wu Baoliang's violent sand thousand bursting fist. It was normal for them to have doubts in their hearts, but this violent flaming fist did not require any eyesight to be able to tell that it was a standard fire attribute martial skill. How is this possible? Boundless Sea was going crazy. It didn't matter how many people stood up for Lin Yi. It didn't matter how many halos Lin Yi had around him. He could think of a way to defend himself, even if he couldn't kill Lin Yi and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency in the end. However, as long as the public still felt suspicious, he would have profited. After all, he didn't need to pay any price. But now, Lin Yi had clearly used a fire-type skill. He used his actions to dispel all suspicions. What else could he do? What's impossible? I'm a cultivator with a fire spirit root. If you still want to say that I'm a heretical cultivator, then don't blame me. Since there are so many people here, they should be the same, Lin Yi said lightly. That's right, then we're all evil cultivators. I wonder if Chief Escort High is one of us? Qi Wenhan laughed in agreement. The others also laughed and nodded. Everyone knew that Boundless Sea had been trampled on instead of harming others. He had made a huge fool of himself. Boundless Sea wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wanted to slap himself in the face. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have been so obsessed with erasing the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Dragon Boat Escort Agency. Otherwise, with his contribution in reporting the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, not only could the Four Seas Escort Agency return to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies, but it could also guarantee a certain degree of authority. At that time, Qi Mingyuan would become the new overlord of the escort agency. Because of this, the public did not dare to target him too much. Although he had lost his former prestige, the situation was not too bad. But now, although his Four Seas Escort Agency had returned to the ranks of the top 5 escort agencies, everyone had seen that he had slandered the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Just this point alone was enough to completely erase the merit he had received for reporting the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. If he wanted to use this merit to make a fuss in the future, he would not be able to do so. Not only would Qi Mingyuan not agree, but even Zhao Bufan and the others wouldn't agree. Especially when facing Qi Mingyuan in the future. He would naturally be in the wrong. When Qi Mingyuan stabilized his position as the overlord of the escort agency, who knew how much suffering would be waiting for him, however, even at this point, Boundless Sea still refused to give up. He actually wanted to defend himself and save the situation. However, Qi Mingyuan would not give him any more chances. Chief Escort High, this year's Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference has ended. According to the rules, I should be the judge for this year's conference. Should I be the one to announce the conclusion? Qi Mingyuan laughed and pushed Boundless Sea to the side. Boundless Sea staggered and almost rolled off the stage. Boundless Sea's blood boiled. He could not help but want to explode on the spot. As the overlord of the escort agency for many years, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? However, when he saw Qi Mingyuan's faint smile, as well as the playful gazes of Zhao Bufan and the others, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He could only choose to shut his mouth. There was nothing he could do. These people clearly had unfriendly expressions. It looked like they were waiting for him to make a mistake. If he really did explode on the spot, not only would it be useless, he might even lose his position as one of the top 5 escort agencies. After all, the present was different from the past. His Four Seas Escort Agency had become a thing of the past. From today onwards, the Southern Continent Escort Agency alliance had changed. Helpless, Boundless Sea could only swallow his anger and walk to the side resentfully. It was better to live than to die. Even if he knew that his future wouldn't be good, He wasn't willing to give up his position as one of the 5 great escort agency. Otherwise, if the 4 Seas escort agency's massive foundation were to shrink in the future, it wouldn't be a joke. It might even fall apart like Far Pass escort agency. This guy really knows how to endure. Qi Mingyuan glanced at Boundless Sea with some pity. Then, he ignored him and began to read the closing speech to everyone. The closing speech was similar to the previous grand conferences. There was nothing special about it. The only difference was that in the past, it had always been Boundless Sea who read the speech, but now it was Qi Mingyuan who did it. At this moment, looking at the high-spirited Qi Mingyuan on the stage, everyone understood one thing. The Southern Continent Escort Agency Alliance's new era had begun. A new era belonging to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was born. It didn't matter if the crowd believed it or not, they couldn't change this trend. The era wouldn't change because of their will. Only by adapting to the new era could they ensure that they wouldn't be left behind. Those with a bit of brains quickly realized that in the future, Magic Cold Sea's position as the center of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would definitely be replaced by Velvet Arc Sea. After all, that was where the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's headquarters were located. If nothing unexpected happened, the next Southern Continent Escort Agency Grand Conference would also be held in Velvet Arc City. It was unlikely that Magic Cold City would ever see such a grand event again. The change of an era came so suddenly that it caught everyone off guard. However, when one thought about it carefully, it seemed to be so reasonable. Too bad we didn't get to take down that bastard Boundless Sea. Qi Wenhan happily watched his father's awe-inspiring appearance on the stage. He couldn't help but look resentfully at Boundless Sea, who had been squeezed to the side. Chapter 4494. This time, Boundless Sea wasn't just targeting Lin Yi, but also the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Now that they had finally taken control of the situation, they didn't know how to deal with this bastard. It was truly annoying. Haha, this guy's a wily old fox. There's no way he'll give himself away in a situation like this. If he's a coward, there's really nothing we can do. Lin Yi nodded, a little regretful. Then, we can't just let him go like this, right? Isn't that too easy for this old bastard? Qi Wenhan was still indignant. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, there's nothing we can do about it. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. From this, it was clear that Boundless Sea was a wily old fox. Even though he was clearly targeting him and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, he kept saying that he was doing it for the sake of justice. Even if he made a mistake, there was no way to criticize him. No, I can't take this lying down. I have to think of the fastest way to get back at him. Qi Wenhan stared at Boundless Sea and swore to himself. He wouldn't repay evil with good. That was the style of a hypocrite. Vengeance for vengeance was his personality. He was a man of true character. Brother Qi, you don't need to be so angry. Right now, you're not suitable to deal with someone like Boundless Sea. You're not high enough either. It'll be easy for people to gossip. Let's leave this matter to Head Escort Qi. I trust that he won't disappoint us, Lin Yi advised with a smile. This was the truth. Boundless Sea excelled at putting on airs. There were only 2 ways to deal with this type of person. Either your absolute strength was much stronger than him, just like those high and mighty East Continent academies that disregarded the rules and could easily crush him, or you could fight poison with poison and use the same method to force him to reveal his flaws. Other than that, it would be very difficult to gain the upper hand with any simple and crude method. For Qi Wenhan, he clearly couldn't do either of these 2 methods. In comparison, his father Qi Mingyuan might be able to do the second. After all, he was an ambitious and ruthless character. His shrewdness were much deeper than his hot-blooded young master. With his current position as the head of the escort agency, dealing with Boundless Sea shouldn't be a problem. That's true. Dad is much better than me in this aspect. Only then did Qi Wenhan dispel the idea. Professional matters should be left to professionals. If he rashly interfered, it would only ruin things. It was not that he did not understand this principle. After Qi Mingyuan finished reading the closing speech, the 3-day event of the South Continent Escort Agency finally came to an end. The people who came from all over to watch the event dispersed. The various legendary events that happened in this event would certainly be spread throughout the South Continent Sea through their mouths. It was foreseeable that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and Ling Yi's name would inevitably become the topic of conversation after a meal. Ling Yi would become a legend in the Southern Continent Sea, and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency behind him would usher in a new era. After the meeting ended, the first thing everyone in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency wanted to do was celebrate. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency had historically become the overlord of the South Continent Escort Agency. Everyone, from the chief escort Qi Mingyuan to the ordinary little escorts, felt as if they were in a dream. After the event ended, the thing they did the most was to pinch themselves as hard as they could. The more it hurt, the happier they were. Looking at this group of people who seemed to have some sort of mental illness, Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although even he did not expect to achieve such amazing results, he was an outsider after all. Even if he had obtained first place, it was not a big deal. If one was not from the South Continent Sea, they would not be able to truly understand the great significance this represented. However, this did not prevent Lin Yi from becoming the protagonist of the victory party. It could be said that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's current achievements were all thanks to Lin Yi. Apart from dealing with Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi had originally wanted to be an external helper in the South Continent Escort Agency's grand meeting and help out a little when necessary. In the end, he did not expect to become the main force. More than 80% of the points obtained by the agency were directly or indirectly related to him. If one were to compare it to a battlefield, Lin Yi would have simply raised his blade and chopped through the enemy's commander and his minions, killing his way through the enemy's ranks all on his own. As the greatest contributor, Lin Yi was naturally the focus of the victory party. Everyone in the Heavens Equal Escort Agency came to toast him one by one. As for Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan, apart from expressing their gratitude, they also announced a major event that could change the fate of the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency. The father and son decided to gift 20% of the entire Heavens Equal Escort Agency's assets to Lin Yi unconditionally in the form of shares. When the words came out of Qi Mingyuan's mouth, even the originally lively celebration couldn't help but become silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they finally reacted. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they looked at Lin Yi. Before this, Lin Yi was the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's benefactor. He was the agency's eternal honorary head. Although everyone was in awe of him, they did not feel any pressure from Lin Yi. After all, the honorary head was still an outsider. However, things were different now. After receiving 20% of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's shares, Lin Yi was no longer an outsider to everyone. He had become the third owner of the escort agency after Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan. Not only was everyone shocked speechless, but even Lin Yi himself could not help but be a little stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan in confusion. Why did they suddenly think of giving him 20% of the shares? How could I accept this? Lin Yi reacted and hurriedly refused. If it was just spirit jades, he could even accept a few 100,000 spirit jades. After all, he had already made up his mind to refine a batch of pills for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. He would not let them suffer any losses. However, 20% of the shares was a completely different matter. Not to mention the fact that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was bound to soar into the sky in the future. Even before this, 20% of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency's shares was an astronomical figure. After all, this was one of the top 5 escort agencies. 20% of the shares would be worth at least 1 million spirit jades. In time, this figure would skyrocket. Brother Ling, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. This is the decision that my father, Uncle Song, and I have come to after discussing it. It is the result of careful consideration and is not an impulsive decision. This is a good thing for both of us, Qi Wenhan said with a smile as he put an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder. Our 1152 latest update, please read. Chapter 4495. That's right. With young hero Ling's great contributions, if we really want to thank you properly, even 1 million spiritual jades would be far from enough. However, the escort agency is in dire need of spiritual jades right now, and we won't be able to gather so many spiritual jades in a short period of time. Rather than forcing it, why don't we just let young hero Ling truly become a part of the escort agency? Otherwise, the title of honorary escort leader would be somewhat undeserved, Qi Mingyuan advised sincerely. Head escort leader, Brother Qi, you're treating me like an outsider. With our friendship, is there really a need for so many benefits? Furthermore, the reason I fought for the agency this time was because of Wu Baoliang. Now that Wu Baoliang has been beheaded, I can also retire after completing my mission. You really don't have to do this. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. Young hero Ling, everyone knows that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency relied on your own strength to ascend to the position of hegemon of the escort agency. This is no longer just about you, it concerns the entire agency's reputation. If we mistreat you, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency will be ridiculed behind our backs. Qi Mingyuan's face turned serious, and he continued, furthermore, young hero Ling, we're only giving you 20% of the shares. Not only can we get closer to each other, but it also won't cause the agency to suffer any losses. At this point, Lin Yi didn't know how to refuse. He couldn't possibly disregard the reputation of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and forcefully reject the 20% shares, could he? Lin Yi could remain unscathed by doing this, but it would be troublesome for Qi Mingyuan and Qi Wenhan. After all, they had to thank Lin Yi heavily this time. If Lin Yi didn't accept the shares, they could only give him spiritual jades. However, the problem was that they didn't have that many spiritual jade. After all, Lin Yi wasn't a stubborn person. He wouldn't put his friends in such an awkward situation. Furthermore, just as Qi Mingyuan said, even if he accepted the 20% shares, as long as he didn't touch them and didn't actively participate in the agency's decision-making, he wouldn't let the agency suffer any losses. It was the best of both worlds. All right then, but I have to make something clear. I can accept this 20% share, but I want to hand it over to Brother Qi. After all, I won't be staying in the South Continent for too long, and I won't be able to participate in the affairs of the escort agency in the future, Lin Yi said helplessly. Well said, well said. Come, let's raise our glasses. To the new owner of our escort agency. Qi Mingyuan was overjoyed and immediately asked everyone to toast. The atmosphere became warm again. When Qi Wenhan first proposed to give Lin Yi 20% of the firm's shares, he was still a little worried that Lin Yi would take advantage of the situation. Losing some spiritual jades was not a big deal, but the key was that he would not be able to escape when the time came, and it would affect the decision-making of the escort agency, which would be troublesome. However, now that Lin Yi had expressed his intention to return the favor, his worries immediately vanished. 20% of the shares were handed over to Qi Wenhan for full custody. Furthermore, he had made it clear that he would not be involved in the affairs of the escort agency. This meant that Lin Yi would only be a boss who did not have to do anything in the future. As long as he paid his dividends regularly, everything would be fine. This was the best outcome for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Not only did they not have to lose anything, but they could also further bind Lin Yi. Not to mention Lin Yi's various magical abilities, just the Hong Chamber of Commerce behind him was enough to greatly benefit the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. After all, now was the time for the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to take advantage of the situation, and Lin Yi was backed by the rich and powerful Hong Chamber of Commerce. Even the gale that could allow it to soar up 90,000 miles in one go was the only reward. The 20% of the firm's shares he gave out was already more than worth it. Since everyone is so generous, it would be impolite for me to refuse. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Yi raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. At this moment, a few people suddenly entered the hall. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, the leader of the group walked up to Lin Yi with a hearty laugh and said, Chief Escort Qi, young hero Lin Yi, it's rare for everyone to be in such a good mood. Can you count me in? This person was the chief escort of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, Zhao Shanying. The few people behind him were also the core members of the Black Eagle Escort Agency. Haha, Chief Escort Zhao is a rare guest. Of course, we welcome you with open arms. Qi Mingyuan immediately laughed. He did not have to think too much to guess the purpose of Zhao Shanying and the others' visit. This fellow was here to express his goodwill. The new structure of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance was very clear. The 5 major escort agencies were led by the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, followed by the Divine Wind Escort Agency, the Great Heaven Escort Agency, the Black Eagle Escort Agency, and the Four Seas Escort Agency. Among them, the one with the most authority was undoubtedly the new hegemon, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Among the remaining escort agencies, the Divine Wind Escort Agency, the Great Heaven Escort Agency, and the Four Seas Escort Agency were all old and powerful. Only the Black Eagle Escort Agency was newly promoted. It was difficult for it to do so alone. Once it was ostracized by the other agencies, it might not be able to reap any significant benefits even if it were to become one of the 5 major escort agencies. Under such circumstances, Zhao Shanning had to find a strong ally. In Zhao Shanning's mind, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was the best choice. Firstly, this ally was the new hegemon of the escort agencies, which was definitely worthy of the word strong. Secondly, the other party was also a new force, and there was a big gap between it and the other traditional and powerful forces. If the Heavens Equal Escort Agency wanted to achieve great things, it would definitely need a reliable ally that could coordinate with it. The Black Eagle Escort Agency just happened to fit this position. Therefore, in the eyes of both Qi Mingyuan and Zhao Shanning, the Heavens Equal Escort Agency and the Black Eagle Escort Agency were getting closer. Therefore, Zhao Shanning took advantage of this victory party to come and support them. Qi Mingyuan, on the other hand, welcomed him with a smile and did not refuse anyone. As an ambitious and ruthless person, Zhao Shanning naturally had a cruel and merciless side to him. However, in front of Lin Yi and the others, he appeared to be smooth and slick. With his forthright style, he managed to get closer to everyone with just a few words. However, the person he praised the most during the party was not Qi Mingyuan, the chief escort agency. Instead, it was Lin Yi who had left a deep impression on him. Heroes appreciated each other, and Zhao Shanning could be said to hold Lin Yi in high esteem. If not for his interest in Lin Yi, given his status as the chief escort of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, he would not have been willing to lower himself to personally support the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, even if he wanted to form an alliance with the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Of course, apart from his admiration for Lin Yi, Zhao Shanning did not know if there was any deeper meaning in his heart. At least, as far as Lin Yi was concerned, he did not believe that an ambitious and ruthless person like Zhao Shanning would be a simple fan of his idol. It would be more accurate to say that Zhao Shanning was trying to kill Lin Yi through flattery. According to his speculation, when Zhao Shanning approached the Heavens Equal Escort Agency this time, it was not as if he did not intend to use the opportunity to drive a wedge between himself and the Qi father and son. The words one's achievements are enough to cause a fatal knot in the hearts of both parties. However, the relationship between Lin Yi and the Heavens Equal Escort Agency was not something that outsiders could understand. Chapter 4496. Besides, it was still unknown whether Zhao Shanning had such an intention. Maybe this guy also had a sentimental side, and he simply admired Lin Yi. The celebration ended with both the host and the guest enjoying themselves. After everyone left, Lin Yi noticed that Qi Mingyuan and Zhao Shanning deliberately found a private room to talk by candlelight. Obviously, they wanted to finalize the future cooperation between the two escort agencies. This was a major event that could affect the entire Southland Escort Agency alliance, but it had nothing to do with Lin Yi. As he said, he had no interest in interfering in the affairs of the escort agencies. The Southland Escort Agency Alliance Conference was over, but the escort agencies did not disperse. On the contrary, it was a critical moment for the people in charge of the escort agencies. According to the previous rules, the Southland Escort Agency Alliance Conference would be held tomorrow. At this conference, representatives of hundreds of chambers of commerce in the Southland Sea would participate, and a large number of orders would be finalized at tomorrow's conference. This was a feast to divide the fruits of victory. The higher the ranking of the escort agency, the more benefits it would get. There was no doubt that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency would be the biggest winner. But all of this had nothing to do with Lin Yi. The only thing he had to do now was to conserve his energy and wait for his return to the North Island. Of course, according to Lin Yi's character, he could not stay idle. Even if he only had one night, he would concentrate on cultivation and try to break through. At the same time, in another high-end inn across the street from the inn where the Heavens Equal escort agency stayed, in an elegant room, Long Kuiba was drinking alone to drown his sorrows. His face was full of depression. He could not help but be depressed in the same room. The night before, he was drinking with Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang, imagining the beautiful future of trampling over the Heavens Equal escort agency and becoming the hegemon of the escort agency. It had only been a day, but things had changed. Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang's identity as evil cultivators had been exposed in public. But now, the second place that his dragon boat escort agency had worked so hard to get was cancelled on the spot, and he even wondered if he could continue to stay in the Southland Escort Agency alliance. Long Kuiba felt so melancholic that he wanted to cry, but no tears came out when he thought of the loot-splitting meeting that was going to be held the next day. He was already in a trance. The window opened, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Long Kuiba, who was dizzy, couldn't help but shiver. He subconsciously wanted to get up and close the window. However, when he noticed the figure that suddenly appeared beside him, he was shocked. His drunkenness was instantly gone, and he quickly shouted, "Who? What a forgetful person. Chief Escort Long, you don't even recognize me anymore?" Cheng Haonan's appearance finally became clearer in Long Kuiba's eyes. "Ah, it's you." Long Kuiba couldn't help but be surprised. As the evil cultivator that was exposed by Boundless Sea, Cheng Haonan was definitely a street rat that everyone in Demon Lung City wanted to beat up. If it was someone else, they would have fled in the middle of the night. She didn't expect him to stay here and even dare to come back to find her. "What? Chief Escort Long, don't tell me you don't welcome me." Cheng Haonan looked at Long Kuiba with a smile that wasn't a smile. He sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and calmly drank it. "How could that be? Deputy Chief Escort Cheng, you're thinking too much." Long Kuiba subconsciously looked out the window again. After confirming that no one noticed, he sat back down. He smiled bitterly at Cheng Haonan and said, "I knew that you were an evil cultivator. A real man doesn't bother with trifles. Righteous and evil cultivators just have different methods. I'm not a hypocrite who sticks to tradition. Now that this bullshit happened, it's all because that old man Boundless Sea didn't keep his word. Why would I blame you? That's good. Chief Escort Long is indeed someone who makes friends. I wasn't wrong about you." Cheng Haonan nodded his head, and then sighed bitterly. "Sigh, it was originally going to be a success. It's all Boundless Sea and Ling Yi's fault. It was all for naught. Yeah, Boundless Sea, Ling Yi, it's all because of those two." Speaking of this, Long Kuiba gritted his teeth in anger. If it wasn't for Boundless Sea's betrayal, this wouldn't have happened. But if it wasn't for Ling Yi, Deputy Chief Escort Cheng wouldn't have been forced to use that black transformation. That way, at most, Boundless Sea would think that the dead Wu Baoliang was an evil cultivator, and it wouldn't be linked to Deputy Chief Escort Cheng. That's right. In any case, Wu Baoliang is dead. Dead men tell no tales. As long as we don't admit it, it doesn't matter how Boundless Sea accuses us. But after being forced by Ling Yi, I was dragged into this as well. How preposterous. As Cheng Haonan spoke, he drank 3 glasses in a row. With a sinister and cold smile, he said, "Boundless Sea deserves to die. This Ling Yi deserves to die even more. I definitely won't let them go." Oh, could it be that Deputy Chief Escort Cheng has a brilliant plan? Hearing this, Long Kuiba immediately became spirited. Hearing Cheng Haonan's tone, it didn't seem as simple as just complaining. It seemed like he had a plan. Although he wasn't as miserable as Cheng Haonan, in terms of hatred towards Ling Yi and Boundless Sea, Long Kuiba wasn't any less than Cheng Haonan. After all, the reason why his dragon boat escort agency had fallen into such a dangerous state was because of these two people. This was the foundation of his entire life's work. "Hihi, if you want to ask, I really do have a brilliant plan." Cheng Haonan smiled, pretending to be profound. "Hurry up and tell me." Long Kuiba hurriedly asked impatiently. "My brilliant plan is actually very simple. As long as one person takes action, whether it's Ling Yi or Boundless Sea, they will definitely die." Hey. Cheng Haonan proudly took a sip of wine. "Who?" Long Kuiba's eyes lit up. Wu Bao Liang. Cheng Haonan glanced at him and slowly spat out these 3 words. What? Wu Bao Liang? Isn't he already dead? Long Kuiba was suddenly stunned. In the arena ruins during the day, Wu Bao Liang clearly died. His entire body was burnt to a crisp by Ling Yi's berserk fire thousand bursts fist. It was clear that he couldn't be more dead. Could he still be resurrected like that? Long Kuiba thought about it and found it hard to believe. However, he wasn't a heretic. Perhaps a heretic's martial art really had this kind of heaven-defying skill that could resurrect the dead. That's right, he really is dead. Cheng Haonan's words dispelled Long Kuiba's unrealistic conjecture. He coldly smiled and said, but even if he's dead, it's still useful. Why do you say that? Long Kuiba was stunned after hearing this. He couldn't help but be confused. What's the use? Chapter 4497. Because we are going to train together, I have been very close to Wu Bao Liang in the past few years. I know everything about him. Cheng Haonan smiled proudly and said, he once told me that he had a master who was extremely powerful. The evil cultivation method that he practiced was personally taught to him by his master. Now that his disciple has died by Ling Yi's hands, if his master were to find out about this, do you think he would let the matter rest? That's definitely not possible. Long Kuiba suddenly became excited. He rubbed his hands and said, if it was just an ordinary registered disciple, it might not be a big deal. But since Wu Bao Liang's cultivation method was personally taught by his master, he is a personal disciple. His status is the same as his own son. After knowing about this, he will definitely go crazy. Hehe, that's right. Cheng Haonan nodded. If his son, Cheng Ketian, died, he would go crazy. Now that Wu Bao Liang was dead, his master would be the same. So, Deputy Chief Cheng plans to look for Wu Bao Liang's master? Long Kuiba asked. Wrong, not planning, but already looking for him. Cheng Haonan smiled proudly. Ah, so fast. Isn't Ling Yi dead for sure? Long Kuiba could not help but be overjoyed. At the same time, he was shocked by Cheng Haonan's efficiency. It had only been a few hours since they were chased, and this guy had already contacted Wu Bao Liang's master. It could be seen how urgent his desire for revenge was. Of course, Wu Bao Liang's master is a real demon. Even among the evil cultivators, he is a fierce and outstanding existence. Don't think that Wu Bao Liang is already very strong, but in front of his master, this strength is not even worth mentioning. Even a profound ascending stage master can only die if he meets him. As long as he is willing to take action, even 100 Ling Yis will die. He. Cheng Haonan nodded with certainty and grinned. The reason why he took the risk to stay in Devil Lung City was to wait for Wu Bao Liang's master to come. When the time comes, he will be able to take revenge with his own hands. Even a profound ascending stage master can't compete with him. That's great. Long Kuiba was overjoyed. Although the southern continent sea was chaotic, it was not the core area of the heavenly stage island after all. Although all kinds of strong people were tyrannical, there were very few who could be regarded as top experts. A profound ascending stage expert could do whatever he wanted, let alone an existence that even a profound ascending stage expert could not contend against. At first, Long Kuiba was worried that Wu Bao Liang's master was not strong enough. After all, he was a heretic cultivator. If he did not have enough strength, once he was besieged, he would die. However, after listening to Cheng Haonan's words, there was nothing to worry about. Boundless Sea is despicable and shameless. He's the main culprit behind all of this. Should we ask this expert to kill him as well? Long Kuiba immediately asked. To be honest, his hatred for Boundless Sea was even greater than that for Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi only killed Wu Bao Liang, but Boundless Sea destroyed his entire dragon boat escort agency. Then forget it. Boundless Sea is our own enemy. It's a bit far-fetched to link him with Wu Bao Liang's death. Wu Bao Liang's master may not listen to us. Cheng Haonan shook his head and said with fear, if this expert thinks that we are using him, then it won't be good. Well, that's true. Anyway, with an expert backing us, Boundless Sea won't dare to do anything to us. There will be opportunities to deal with him in the future. Long Kuiba nodded with some regret, but he did not dwell on this matter. He changed the topic and asked, "When will this expert come?" "It should be soon. If I'm not mistaken, he will arrive here tomorrow." Cheng Haonan smiled proudly. "So fast. Could it be that this expert is in the southern continent sea?" Long Kuiba couldn't help but be shocked again. He looked at Cheng Haonan with a burning gaze. He originally didn't have any expectations for tomorrow's South Continent Escort Agency Alliance conference, but if it really happened tomorrow, it would be a different story. If it dragged on until tomorrow, even if he could kill Lingwan to regain his face, at least his Dragon Boat Escort Agency would not be able to get any orders, because most of the orders in the Southern Continent Sea would be divided up tomorrow. With the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's current awkward position, let alone getting meat, even getting soup was an extravagant dream. They could only starve. However, if Wu Baoliang's master came fast enough and completed the counterattack before the orders were finalized tomorrow, the situation would be different. That's not it, but according to Wu Baoliang, the location is not far from the Southern Continent Sea. I was able to contact him so quickly this time because of a special internal method. When Wu Baoliang came to my place, he was afraid of being hunted down by the people from the 3 pavilions, so he told me in advance that if anything happened to him, I could use this secret method to inform his master. It was originally just a precaution, but now it has come in handy, Cheng Haonan explained. Good, that's great. Long Kuiba nodded happily. His original gloominess and melancholy were swept away, and he became excited again. He grinned and said, "Motherfucker, the root of this mess is this Lingwan. If not for him, we would not have gone to find Boundless Sea for help, and we would not have given him a handle. Now we can finally take revenge. That's right, this brat must die. If I don't kill him with my own hands tomorrow, I, Cheng Haonan, am not a man." Cheng Haonan said hatefully. In fact, if it weren't for the duel in the arena during the day, he still had great confidence in killing Lin Yi. It was just that Lin Yi's fall from the arena made him lose the chance. Otherwise, if he could ignore the rules and chase Lin Yi at will, he would already be a cold corpse by now. However, this regret could be made up for when Wu Baoliang's master arrived tomorrow. Haha, that brat is destined to be a dead man. For tomorrow's revenge, let's cheers. Long Kuiba laughed proudly. That's right, cheers. Cheng Haonan also laughed loudly. While these two people were celebrating in advance, Lin Yi, who was a thorn in their side and was listed as a must-kill target, was currently in his room concentrating on breaking through. In fact, during the day, he had already faintly touched the barrier of breaking through. Although he had not been stuck in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage for a long time, he was, after all, a Golden Core stage expert who had a perfect breakthrough. Breaking through was far less difficult than ordinary Golden Core stage experts. Basically, as long as the concept was there, breaking through would be a matter of time. After fighting with Wu Baoliang 3 times in a row and fighting with the more powerful Cheng Haonan, Lin Yi had clearly entered this indescribable state. R1152. Chapter 4498. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the opponent. This was Lin Yi's usual style. After facing a strong opponent who suppressed him in all aspects, under the huge pressure, a breakthrough became a matter of course. However, the only regret was that Cheng Haonan did not choose to continue the challenge. While the pressure on Lin Yi disappeared, he also lost the feeling of a breakthrough. This was a pity. Otherwise, if Cheng Haonan continued to challenge, although Lin Yi might not be his opponent, it was very likely that he would have a breakthrough during the battle. That would be a different situation. Of course, although it was a pity that he could not break through and advance in one go, it was not completely irreparable. Since he had brushed past the feeling of a breakthrough during the day, it was very simple for Lin Yi. He just had to find a way to get it back. After all, this kind of thing seemed a bit mysterious, but it was still traceable. Lin Yi clearly remembered that when this concept first appeared, it was the first time he was knocked out of the arena by Wu Baoliang, and his mind was simulating the raging flame thousand bursts fist. At that time, he was only thinking about how to defeat Wu Baoliang, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But now that he thought about it, this feeling was very real. In other words, as long as he deduced the powerful and oppressive finishing move again, he he could induce the fighting spirit in his body, and he would not be far from breaking through. Lin Yi was at least 60% sure of this, so he immediately tried it without hesitation. However, it was meaningless to deduce the 1,000 violent fire fist now. After all, this was a move that he had completely mastered. For Lin Yi, there was no pressure at all. Naturally, there would not be that kind of feeling of a breakthrough under pressure. The scene of the battle during the day kept rolling in his mind. This time, Lin Yi was not locked on to Wu Baoliang's 1,000 violent sand fist, but Cheng Haonan's whole body turning black. Although Cheng Haonan was good at ordinary punches and kicks, and he did not have a powerful killing move like the 1,000 violent sand fist, the scene of his strength skyrocketing after his whole body turning black left a deep impression on Lin Yi. Strictly speaking, the blackening of the entire body could not be considered a move, but a state. A state that was even more unsolvable than the 1,000 wild sand bursting fist. Because he couldn't experience it firsthand like the 1,000 sand bursting fist, and he didn't face it many times like Wu Baoliang, Lin Yi didn't have a deep understanding of Cheng Haonan's blackened body, and it was much more difficult to simulate it. Moreover, this state itself was much more complicated than a simple ultimate move like the 1,000 sand bursting fist. If one wanted to successfully deduce a move, at the very least, one of the prerequisites was to grasp the essence of the move. For example, if Lin Yi didn't know the principle behind the 1,000 heavy explosions of the wild sand 1,000 bursting fist, he wouldn't have thought of using fire crystals as a replacement. Naturally, there wouldn't be the wild fire 1,000 bursting fist. However, Cheng Haonan's true blackness only lasted for a short moment. It was easier said than done to grasp the essence of it. Over and over again, the scene of the battle with Cheng Haonan during the day played in Lin Yi's mind like a movie. He kept repeating it, including Cheng Haonan's movements, reactions, and the aura he exuded. He did not miss any detail on the stage. Only by doing this could he find some clues. Previously, when deducing Wu Baoliang's 1,000 wild sand bursting fist, Lin Yi used less than the time it took for a stick of incense to roughly reconstruct his own wild fire 1,000 bursting fist. However, this time, he spent most of the night deducing Cheng Haonan's blackening state, but he still couldn't grasp the essence. Could that move really be so invulnerable? Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. With his super strong perception, he couldn't even see a single clue. It was really strange. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lin Yi's mind. No, the key was not after Cheng Haonan's blackening state, but before his blackening state. Although there was a huge gap in strength, whether it was before or after his entire body darkened, Cheng Haonan's combat essence had not changed at all. He was still using ordinary punches and kicks. The only difference was that his power and speed had skyrocketed. In other words, as long as he could understand Cheng Haonan's ordinary punches and kicks, he could take advantage of the situation and understand his blackening state. The two were actually of the same origin. After figuring this out, the difficulty of deducing suddenly decreased a lot. Although Cheng Haonan's blackening state only lasted for a moment, Lin Yi had a deep understanding of ordinary punches and kicks. After all, he had been in a stalemate with Cheng Haonan for a long time and suffered a lot. Each of Cheng Haonan's punches and kicks turned over in his mind. The true qi in Lin Yi's body couldn't help but become a little restless. This was not a simple perception, but a fusion of a part of the perception. To some extent, the perception was more reliable than the perception. It felt more real, and the effect was naturally better. Although it was not clear how Cheng Haonan did it, Lin Yi had already faintly entered a new realm, a brand new realm of physical techniques. Unlike martial arts, the foundation of martial arts lay in true qi, while the foundation of physical techniques lay in the body. In fact, it was somewhat similar to the physical experts in the secular world. Looking at the current cultivation world, including the 5 great islands of the heaven rank, martial skills ran rampant in the world. No matter what level the duel was, it would usually end with the exchange of a few powerful martial skills. Very few people still persisted in using physical skills. Of course, most of these people were former physical cultivators. After all, apart from a freak like Cheng Haonan, the majority of people would not focus on cultivating body arts. That was because it required a long period of time and effort. Most importantly, the the results of cultivation were far inferior to the rapid improvement of martial arts. Spending the same amount of time to practice a martial art would be enough to increase one's combat power by 10 points. However, if it was used on physical techniques, the combat power might only increase by 1 point, or even less. With such a big difference, it was obvious which one a normal person would choose. Slow improvement was the biggest disadvantage of physical techniques, but at the same time, it had an absolute advantage that no other martial arts could compare to. As long as one persisted in practicing, the power of physical techniques could be improved infinitely. No matter how powerful a martial art seemed at the moment, it was still limited by the realm of strength. After reaching a certain level, it could not be improved any further. Even if one could continue to practice the subsequent moves, the improvement would be minimal, far from being able to keep up with the new realm. Therefore, one could only practice an even more powerful martial art and start from the beginning. However, physical techniques were different. Until now, no one had heard of anyone reaching the upper limit of physical techniques. If one continued to practice, they would explode and die. This kind of thing was basically impossible. R1152. Chapter 4499. In other words, as long as one persisted, from an ordinary person to the gold core stage, the nascent soul stage, the profound ascension stage, or even the superior mountain opening stage, one could always use physical skills to fight against the enemy because of its endless potential. But the process was also extremely difficult. But as long as one persisted in practicing diligently, he would never fall behind. In general, in the same realm, the physical masters who were good at physical skills were often stronger than the internal masters who were good at martial arts, because the physical masters were bound to cultivate both internal and external. Above the heaven stage, it was impossible to advance only by cultivating external skills, so those who could persist in cultivating both internal and external skills were not ordinary ruthless people. For a long time, Lin Yi was a master of internal skills, and all kinds of trump cards and killing moves belonged to the category of internal martial arts, which was inevitable. After all, compared to other masters of the same level, his practice time was really too short. From the beginning to the present, a total of less than 3 years had passed, which was simply negligible for cultivators. But in the cultivation of physical skills, no matter how talented one was, the most important point was that a large amount of time was needed. This was an objective fact that no one could avoid. There was no shortcut for physical skills. This was a widely recognized view, and Lin Yi had always thought so before. But after today's fight with Cheng Haonan, he suddenly realized that although this view was still correct, it was not so absolute. Everything had a skill, even the simplest action had a corresponding trick, and physical skills were naturally no exception. As long as one could master the essence of it, it was not impossible to get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yi believed. The reason why Cheng Haonan's physical skills were so powerful was not only because he spent a lot of time on it, but also because he had mastered the trick that others could not. Bringing true qi into physical skills. It was actually not difficult to mix ordinary punches and kicks with true qi. Any practitioner could easily do it, but that was the extent of it. Although it was mixed together, punches and kicks were still punches and true qi was still true qi. Not only could the power of the two not be superimposed, but they would also consume each other. The loss outweighed the gain. But in Cheng Haonan's body, there was no sign of consumption. On the contrary, every punch and every kick only carried a little bit of true qi. However, it caused the might of his fists and legs to multiply, and it was even to the extent that it was sufficient to contend head-on with ordinary martial techniques. Such a method that cultivated both internal and external techniques could truly be said to be marvelous. Although Lin Yi hadn't studied physical skills for a long time, and he didn't have much attainment in the past, he was an assassin, so his physical talent was definitely outstanding. Secondly, he was very familiar with the control of true qi. With these two conditions put together, it wasn't impossible for him to learn Cheng Haonan's super strong physical skills. Even if he couldn't reach Cheng Haonan's level in a short period of time. But as far as Lin Yi was concerned, it wasn't a pipe dream to multiply his physical strength by a couple of times, just like what was happening right now. After countless deductions, he had already begun to enter a brand new realm of body technique. So that's how it is. The root of that guy's strong physical skills is that he can use his true qi to instantly stimulate the vitality of his cells, which causes his physical strength to skyrocket in an instant. Lin Yi suddenly let out a long breath. After figuring this out, his spirit was immediately lifted. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he's a scum through and through, in terms of physical skills, he's a true genius. That guy can really be considered a genius. As a native of Heaven Stage Island, Cheng Haonan certainly didn't know the word cell. His understanding of the human body was far less scientific than that of the secular world. Even so, he still managed to do it despite being ignorant of all this. This had to be said to be a miracle. Stimulating the vitality of cells in an instant was not uncommon in scientific research in the secular world, but in Heaven Stage Island, it was really rare. The key was that Cheng Haonan not only thought of doing this, but also really did it. The technical content of this was not just a little bit or two. The more powerful the cultivator, the stronger their physical body, and the more powerful the cell vitality. But this didn't mean that it could be easily stimulated with true qi. If the stimulation was too small, there would be no effect. If the stimulation was too strong, then it wouldn't be called stimulating the cell vitality, but killing a large number of cells. Success or failure depended on whether one could accurately grasp this degree. Lin Yi didn't know how Cheng Haonan, who knew nothing about cells, could do this, but at least he was sure that this process must be very difficult. Even with Lin Yi's insanely high talent, comprehension, and the fact that Cheng Haonan was a ready-made example, it took him a good half a night to finally get the hang of it. He'd made himself cough up blood a couple of times before finally getting the hang of it. He'd finally gotten the basics of this new body art. Since this is the principle of the superphysical skill, then Cheng Haonan's blackened state should be the extreme stimulation. Lin Yi was very excited in his heart. If the normal state of the superphysical skill was the most suitable intensity of stimulation for the physical cells, then the intensity of stimulation in Cheng Haonan's blackened state should be the limit of stimulation that his physical cells could withstand. Once this limit was exceeded, the physical cells would be directly killed by the true qi. In fact, even if this limit was not exceeded, after the extreme stimulation, a large number of cells would die due to overdraft of vitality, which meant that they would suffer a certain degree of internal injury. This was the price that must be paid for a moment of strength. One was the super-physical skill, and the other was the super-ultimate physical skill. After a whole night of deduction and experimentation, Lin Yi finally got a glimpse of the door. Once it was really put into use in actual combat, his strength would inevitably soar again compared to his original strength. With Lin Yi's current condition, if he were to fight Cheng Haonan again, the situation would be very different from before. Unless Cheng Haonan went all black without caring about the consequences, Lin Yi wouldn't necessarily lose to him even if he didn't use the super bomb. Cheng Haonan might not lose to Lin Yi. After mastering the essentials of the super physical skill and the super ultimate physical skill, Lin Yi didn't stop there. His requirements for himself were not limited to simple imitation, but to integrate his own strengths and further combine and create, just like the Thousand Raging Flame Fist. Compared to specific martial arts moves like the Thousand Raging Sand Fist, it was easier to integrate the super physical skill with Lin Yi's own strengths. For example, the butterfly subtle steps he was thinking of at the moment could be added with the true qi to stimulate the cell vitality, making it an advanced version of the butterfly subtle steps. Chapter 4500. If it was necessary, Lin Yi could even turn it into extreme butterfly microstep. Of course, the burden of using extreme butterfly microsteps was too great. If he used it, he would definitely suffer internal injuries. Moreover, Lin Yi hadn't mastered this extreme technique yet, so it was better to avoid it as much as possible. It's coming. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly flashed. In the process of deducing the super-physical skills and the ultra-ultimate physical skills, he had already felt that restless feeling from before. When he thought of the ultra-ultimate butterfly microsteps, the feeling became even more intense and surging. The originally majestic and silent Shunqi in his body began to circulate uncontrollably on its own, faster and faster. Every meridian in his body became extremely active, and his dantian was even more turbulent. This was a sign that he was about to break through. At this moment, the sky outside gradually brightened. Lin Yi had been preparing for the whole night, and the exciting moment had finally arrived. The sky was bright, and Magic Cold Plaza became lively again. However, unlike the South Continent Escort Agency conference 3 days ago, the number of people gathered here today was much smaller. After all, there was no competition, so there was no excitement to watch. Apart from the people from the escort agencies and the Chamber of Commerce, no one else would come here to join in the fun. Of course, now that Magic Cold Plaza was surrounded by the escorts sent by the new 5 major escort agencies, unless they received an invitation, normal people wouldn't be able to sneak in even if they wanted to join in the fun. After all, in today's conference, a large number of orders would be signed, and many trade secrets would be involved. Naturally, outsiders couldn't come in and watch. The conference hadn't officially started, but most of the people present had already arrived. In the core circle, the new overlord of the escort agencies, Qi Mingyuan, was in high spirits. He was talking and laughing. At this moment, none of the people standing around him were ordinary people. The manager of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's Wei Arc branch, Honest Chai, the head of the Black Eagle Escort Agency, Zhao Shanying, and the others were also the heads of the various escort agencies and the big shots of the Chamber of Commerce. All of them were important people, and with Qi Mingyuan as the center, they had already formed a new core circle of interests. In contrast, Boundless Sea, who had been popular in the past, was now cold and empty. Although the 4 Seas Escort Agency barely managed to retain its position as one of the top 5 escort agencies, there wasn't even a single person who came to support them. But everyone knew the awkward situation it was in now, and businessmen were always the best at adapting to the wind. It was simply wishful thinking for them to offer help in a time of need. Looking at Qi Mingyuan's group, Boundless Sea's complexion alternated between green and purple. He had been given the cold shoulder in front of everyone's eyes. How could he accept this? Being left alone like this was too embarrassing. It was easy to become a joke. Boundless Sea clenched his teeth and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. This would have been unthinkable in the past, but he had no other choice. However, no matter what, he was still the boss of one of the 5 great escort companies. Boundless Sea couldn't lower himself to talk to a normal person. As for Qi Mingyuan's core interest circle, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to ask for a snub. He could only set his target on the head of God Wind Escort Agency, Zhao Bufan. After all, they had worked together for many years and were friends. Haha, Zhao. Boundless Sea walked over and squeezed out a smile. But before he could say anything, Zhao Bufan suddenly left with his people. He was left with his mouth open awkwardly, and he swallowed the second half of his sentence. He looked at Zhao Bufan again. He glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, and then turned to talk to Qi Mingyuan. Qi Mingyuan obviously didn't refuse this kind of big shot. The two immediately started chatting, leaving Boundless Sea alone in the cold wind. This chief escort Zhao really is an interesting person. Brother Ling, look at that old bastard. Boundless Sea's expression. It's too funny, ha 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 ha. Qi Wenhan saw this scene clearly and couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh loudly. Even though it's said that everyone kicks a wall when it's down, Boundless Sea is the head escort of the 4 Seas Escort Agency. For him to suddenly fall to such an embarrassing state where no one cares about him is quite unexpected. Lin Yi was speechless as he shook his head. As the saying goes, a tiger dies with prestige. Normally, even if he fell, he shouldn't be so miserable. Moreover, the 4 Seas Escort Agency hadn't truly collapsed yet. The people here were really realistic. Hehe, the South Continent Sea has always been like this. They only care about benefits and don't care about relationships. These people change their attitude faster than flipping a book. Qi Wenhan smiled, not minding it. He looked Lin Yi up and down. Ling bro, did you eat some kind of elixir today? Why do I feel like you're different? You're so energetic, aren't you? No, brother Qi, you must be mistaken. Lin Yi smiled faintly. An hour ago, he had successfully broken through from the middle stage of Golden Core to the peak of the middle stage. Naturally, he was in high spirits and glowing. However, he had always been low-key. This was something that only he knew. There was nothing to announce. Is that so? Perhaps. Qi Wenhan scratched his head in confusion. He didn't continue asking because Qi Mingyuan had already led everyone onto the stage. The South Continent Escort Agency Alliance Conference had begun. As the new head of the escort agencies, according to convention, Qi Mingyuan naturally had to give an opening speech. However, he was different from Boundless Sea, who liked to put on airs. In this segment, he only said a few words symbolically and brushed it off with a few words. He went straight to the point and began to host the discussion about the cooperation between the major escort agencies and the various merchant guilds. The people in charge of the escort agencies were instantly energized. Every one of them was eager to start. This was the most important event of the day. In the next 5 years, whether their escort agencies ate meat or drank soup, or perhaps they couldn't even drink soup and could only eat Northwest Wind, all depended on how many orders they could pull in today. However, everyone knew in their hearts that even though the conference had not officially begun, the result was already decided. This was because this was a conference to share the fruits of victory. As the name implied, only the winners at the top of the rankings could share the biggest fruits. As for those losers who had lost their momentum, they could only look on enviously. Hehe, what I'm most curious about right now is how many orders Boundless Sea and his 4 Seas escort agency can get. Brother Ling, why don't you take a guess? Qi Wenhan said with a smile, full of interest. In the past, their 4 Seas escort agency always monopolized 20% of the shares. That's called being high and mighty, but this time, it's going to be difficult. I can't guess that, but seeing the cold reception he received just now, it must have shrunk greatly this time. The 4 Seas escort agency won't have an easy time in the coming days. Lin Yi smiled and changed the topic. In comparison, I'm more curious about something else. Why didn't Long Kuiba or his Dragon Boat Escort Agency send a single person? Chapter 4501. Isn't that obvious? He was so embarrassed yesterday that he doesn't have the face to come again. Anyway, there won't be any orders if he comes, Qi Wenhan said with a pout. That can't be right. Even if he knows there won't be any orders, his Dragon Boat Escort Agency hasn't been removed yet. Even if Long Kuiba doesn't want to come out and embarrass himself, he should at least send someone to represent him, right? Lin Yi still felt it was a little strange. Now that you mention it, it really is a little strange. Qi Wenhan couldn't help but frown. As the two of them were talking, a wave of clamorous noise suddenly sounded out from the entrance of Devil Cold Square, and everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. They saw 2 figures were slowly walking towards the center of the square amidst the chaos. One of them was Long Kuiba, and the other was shockingly the evil cultivator that had fled in public yesterday, Cheng Haonan. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Cheng Haonan, the evil cultivator that everyone wanted to kill, not only did he not escape to the end of the world, he actually dared to come back so brazenly. Moreover, he even came to the venue where the experts of the escort agency gathered. Looking at Cheng Haonan walking over with an evil smile on his face as if there was no one else around, everyone blurted out at the same time, "Does this guy want to die?" There must be something wrong when something is out of the ordinary. It seems like there's a change in the situation. Lin Yi's face darkened slightly. He didn't believe that Cheng Haonan was an idiot who was courting death. He didn't have such thoughts in the past, and he definitely wouldn't have such thoughts after studying the wonders of the super physical skill and the ultimate physical skill last night. Cheng Haonan was definitely an extremely shrewd guy. Since he dared to come back so brazenly, it meant that he definitely had something to rely on. Moreover, this reliance was so strong that he could ignore his identity as an evil cultivator. Why? It seems like everyone doesn't welcome me. Cheng Haonan's gaze slowly swept across everyone's faces. His brows were filled with arrogance and complacency, and he didn't take anyone seriously at all. The entire Demon Cold Square was stunned. As they watched Cheng Haonan and Long Kuiba walk into the center of the square, Qi Mingyuan, who was the number 1 person in the Demon Cold Square, finally reacted. His face turned gloomy, and he was about to give the order to arrest Cheng Haonan and Long Kuiba. Since Cheng Haonan, a heretic cultivator, dared to come here without the slightest scruple. This was clearly a provocation to him, the new overlord of the escort agency. Before Qi Mingyuan could say anything, Boundless Sea stood up, his eyes shining. This was a great opportunity in front of him. No matter how awkward the situation had been, as long as he could get some reputation back from this evil cultivator, then everything would be resolved. Boundless Sea slammed the table impatiently and roared with righteous indignation. In broad daylight, a mere evil cultivator dares to come back so arrogantly. On behalf of the South Continent Escort Agency. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky above Demon Cold Square. An extremely thick black fog descended from the sky with an endless evil aura, causing everyone's expression to change and tremble in fear. Feeling the powerful pressure coming from the black fog, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble, and they cried out involuntarily. The high platform where Qi Mingyuan and the others were originally on was instantly blown away by the gust of wind brought by the black fog. For a moment, many experts were thrown off their feet, and they were in a sorry state. After a moment, the recklessly sweeping gust of wind gradually dissipated, and the figure of an old man slowly appeared from within the black fog. He had green hair and red eyebrows, and his appearance was indescribably strange. The old man's sinister eyes swept across the crowd disdainfully. His body didn't emit a powerful and heaven-defying aura, but an invisible pressure made everyone unable to breathe. In particular, Qi Mingyuan and the others, who were the closest to him, felt as if the blood in their bodies had suddenly frozen, and they felt a bone-chilling coldness for no reason. Why does this person look so much like Wu Baoliang? Lin Yi looked at the strange old man from afar and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Wu Baoliang had a pair of triangular yin-yang eyes that were different from normal people. Apart from the strange appearance of this old man who descended from the sky, his eyes were extremely similar to Wu Baoliang's. Could this person be Wu Baoliang's relative, or even his father? At this moment, no one dared to speak. Everyone stared blankly at this strange old man. Although the other party didn't start a fight as soon as he arrived, everyone could tell that this person clearly didn't come with good intentions. Which evil spirit dares to behave atrociously in our South Continent Escort Agency conference? Cheng Haonan, do you think that you can disregard our righteous path just because you found a backer? PH, this head escort will represent the will of heaven today. While everyone was still in a daze, Boundless Sea suddenly stood up and roared. He immediately pounced towards Cheng Haonan. This was a rare opportunity to turn things around. If it was just a mere Cheng Haonan, even if Boundless Sea took him down first, it wouldn't be very convincing. But now, a strange old man who was clearly not to be trifled with had appeared. Everyone was so scared that they didn't dare to move. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to display Boundless Sea's boldness and responsibility? Boundless Sea secretly glanced at Qi Mingyuan. Seeing how the other side was acting as if he was facing a great enemy, Boundless Sea felt very pleased. He wasn't afraid of not knowing the goods, but he was afraid of comparing the goods. With Qi Mingyuan, the so-called new overlord of the escort agencies, as a comparison, he could make his image even more prominent. After today's matter, it was clear who was more suitable to lead the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. With all sorts of wishful thinking in his mind, Boundless Sea felt his body become much lighter. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He only attacked Cheng Haonan, who he had confidence in. As for that strange old man who was clearly not to be trifled with, it would be safer to wait for him to call out and lead everyone to surround and attack him. However, Cheng Haonan, who was listed by Boundless Sea as a target to increase his reputation, was looking at him with a faint smile. He was calm and unruffled in the midst of the chaos with his arms crossed. He had no intention of attacking. "Who do you think you are?" An extremely dry and harsh shout came from behind him. At the same time, an indescribable force suddenly descended on his back. Boundless Sea didn't even have time to recover from his complacency. His whole body was slapped into the ground like a fly, and he sunk more than 3 feet into the ground. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Boundless Sea was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Even if he wasn't one of the best in the entire South Continent Escort Agency Alliance, he was at least in the top 5. Who would have thought that he wouldn't even be able to withstand one move from this strange old man? And from the looks of it, the old man hadn't even used his full strength yet. A giant in the mountain opening stage. Qi Mingyuan and the others who had some experience suddenly felt their hearts turn upside down. Although he hadn't shown his full strength, from this simple attack, they could see that this strange old man was actually a mountain opening stage expert. R1152. Chapter 4502. In the South Continent Sea, where even a profound ascending stage master could do whatever he wanted, there was actually a mountain opening stage master. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that they could not even close their mouth. Everyone was shocked speechless, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was not the East Continent College's disciple selection. Why did such an invincible existence suddenly appear? In an instant, the people who did not dare to move did not even dare to breathe. They all looked at each other and did not dare to make a sound. Don't look at how many masters were gathered here. Once they attacked together, even a mysterious ascending stage master might not be able to handle it. But now the opponent was a mountain opening stage giant. This kind of unrealistic idea was better to quickly put an end to it. If they were to really fight, even if they all attacked together, it would not be enough to kill them. Mountain opening stage evil cultivator master, today is really a joke. Qi Wenhan smiled bitterly with an ugly expression. The black fog on this strange old man was much thicker than Wu Bao Liang and Cheng Haonan's. His evil aura deterred everyone present. If they still could not tell that this person was an evil cultivator, then everyone's eyeballs should be dug out. Anyway, it was useless to have it on his face. Lin Yi nodded with a gloomy expression and did not speak. From the moment this strange old man appeared, the whole situation had completely gone out of control. Even the insignificant people present were trembling with fear. Lin Yi, who was stared at by Cheng Haonan with malicious intent, was naturally in a precarious position. He was probably in danger today. Lin Yi clenched his fists. At this time, he could not rely on others, he could only rely on himself. Although there were so many people present who kept shouting that good and evil could not coexist, and chased after Cheng Haonan like a rat on the street, times had changed. With absolute strength, he had absolute right to speak. With the terrifying strength of this strange old man at the mountain opening stage, it did not matter whether he was an evil cultivator or not, because no one present dared to resist him no matter what he said. Once they resisted, there would only be one end, death. The situation was stronger than the person. At this time, no one dared not to bow down. Not to mention that the opponent was an evil cultivator. Even if the opponent was a bandit who robbed all their belongings, no one present would dare to act rashly. They could only swallow their pride and obediently bury their heads like ostriches. Facing a heretic cultivator at the mountain opening stage, it wasn't sad to pretend to be a coward, it was sad to die. Amidst the deathly silence, Boundless Sea, who was embedded in the ground, struggled for a bit. With his face covered in blood, he climbed up in a sorry state, panting heavily. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Before the opponent got serious, he wouldn't die so easily. Of course, he was in a sorry state, and he was also heavily injured. Boundless Sea tossed his laughable plan of farming reputation to the back of his mind. After staggering up, he didn't even look at Cheng Haonan. He only dared to sneak a glance at the strange old man. Like everyone else, he shrunk his neck, not daring to breathe. However, Boundless Sea didn't dare cause trouble for himself, but this strange old man's gaze fell on him. Who told this idiot to steal the limelight? You're the host of this shitty conference. The strange old man looked coldly at Boundless Sea. His voice was even drier and more ear-piercing than before, giving everyone goosebumps. It was extremely unpleasant to listen to. But no matter how unpleasant it was, no one had any objections. They could only obediently endure it. Being stared at by the strange old man's sinister gaze, Boundless Sea instantly pissed his pants. His knees went soft, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. He hurriedly shook his head and stammered, "No, no, this humble one isn't, that person is. This humble one was impulsive just now. Please forgive this humble one's offense." Boundless Sea pointed at Qi Mingyuan. Without hesitation, he sold out the new overlord of the escort agency. Everyone in the audience immediately looked at him with disdain. Even though they didn't dare to go against this evil cultivator in front of them, this didn't stop them from looking down on this spineless Boundless Sea. He spoke righteously and sternly, but at this critical moment, he really was more nimble than anyone else. Seeing the strange old man's sinister gaze, Qi Mingyuan's heart tightened, but he didn't say anything. Even though he couldn't go against this kind of existence, he definitely wouldn't be like Boundless Sea and shamelessly kneel in front of everyone. Okay, it doesn't matter who it is. In any case, this sect will temporarily take over your conference. If there's anyone who isn't satisfied, you can bring it up right now, the strange old man said with a condescending expression. Everyone nodded their heads. No one dared to say anything at this moment. Opposing would be courting death. No one here was an idiot, and no one would be the one to stick their head out. Not bad, you're all tactful. Even though there haven't been 10,000 experts that have died by my hands, there's at least 8,000. However, after these years of cultivation, this sect doesn't really want to go on a killing spree. Being a bit more obedient is also a good thing for you. The strange old man smiled sinisterly, and then added, "Let me introduce myself. This sect comes from Western Mountain, and my Dao name is Western Mountain Elder." Western Mountain Elder? The entire Magic Cold Plaza immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was said that there was a trace of unrealistic hope in everyone's hearts before, now that hope had been completely shattered. No one dared to harbor any disloyal thoughts anymore. What about Western Mountain? Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw everyone's shocked expressions. He had heard of Western Island, but he had never heard of Western Mountain. Could it be a special place in the southern continent sea? Huh? Brother Ling, you actually don't know? Qi Wenhan, who was beside him, had a surprised look on his face. He quickly lowered his voice and explained, Western Mountain is the most famous gathering place for heretic cultivators. The most ferocious and strongest heretic cultivators in the entire Heaven Stage Island are all gathered in Western Mountain, forming a Western Mountain evil sect. I heard that the leader of this Western Mountain evil sect is called Western Mountain Elder, and the second leader under him is this Western Mountain Elder. A gathering place for heretic cultivators? There's such a place. Lin Yi instantly felt even more strange. He had never heard of such a thing. Were heretic cultivators not like street rats that could only hide and not see the light of day? The existence of heretic cultivators could not even be tolerated in a chaotic place like the southern continent sea, let alone Heaven Stage Island where there were many other powerful sects. In the understanding of normal people, a gathering place for heretic cultivators like Western Mountain evil sect that existed openly was obviously waiting for the major sects to join forces and encircle and annihilate it. Yes, it has existed for a long time. I heard that many years ago, the major sects of Middle Island, Northern Island, and Western Island even joined forces to encircle and annihilate it, but in the end, nothing happened. Qi Wenhan shrugged and sighed. What? Western Mountain evil sect is actually so strong? Lin Yi could not help but click his tongue as he asked in shock. R1152. Chapter 4503. Even though they had a mountain opening stage powerhouse, the other sects on Heavenly Island weren't to be trifled with. With the combined forces of the Middle, North, and West Islands, if they really sent out their top experts, Shishan evil sect wouldn't be able to hold on no matter how strong they were. Shishan evil sect is strong, but apparently, the two sides didn't really fight. The Righteous Alliance only knows that Shishan is somewhere between West Island and South Continent, but they don't know the exact location. Plus, that area of the sea is extremely dangerous, and there seems to be all sorts of high-level formations set up around it. The Righteous Alliance spent a month there and still couldn't find Shishan evil sect's nest, so they had no choice but to let it go, Qi Wenhan explained. He had only heard it from others and didn't know much about it. The version he told Lin Yi was the most widely spread version. As for whether or not it was true, only the person involved would know. So that's how it is. Lin Yi nodded in realization that made sense. If the two sides were to fight head-on and the alliance of the righteous sects still couldn't beat the evil sects, it'd really be a bit speechless. Wouldn't that be the Sky-class island version of 6 sects surrounding Light Peak? As the two whispered to each other, Cheng Haonan had already walked up to Shishan Old Sect's side. Shishan Old Sect's next words made everyone's eyelids twitch. Cheng Haonan is now our sect's disciple. I've officially accepted him as my disciple. From what you said, it seems like you want to kill him? No, that's not true. Senior, you misunderstood. Boundless Sea was scared half to death and hastily tried to explain. He suddenly saw the mocking expression on Lin Yi's face and immediately said loudly, "It's Lingwan, yes, it's Lingwan who wants to kill him." Everyone was speechless. Boundless Sea was the only one who could be this shameless. Just now, he had clearly wanted to use Cheng Haonan to boost his reputation. Now that disaster was upon him, he didn't even bat an eyelid and pushed the blame onto Cheng Haonan. Lingwan. Following Boundless Sea's finger, West Mountain's old sect master's sinister gaze fell on Lin Yi. He laughed coldly. "My previous disciple, Wu Bao Liang, died by your hands. Not bad." Lin Yi calmly nodded his head. There was no way he could deny it. Plus, with his personality, he wouldn't deny it either. After all, he wasn't Boundless Sea. "Oh, you dare to take responsibility for your actions? I didn't expect you to be a real man." The West Mountain Elder's already strange expression suddenly became even more ferocious and terrifying. He shouted coldly, "Do you know that he is not only my direct disciple, but also my nephew?" "I didn't know, but now I know." Lin Yi's expression was still indifferent. He thought to himself, no wonder these two have a pair of triangular yin-yang eyes. So they are uncle and nephew. Listening to Lin Yi's infuriating reply, everyone present couldn't help but have strange expressions, especially Qi Wenhan, Qi Mingyuan, and Honest Chai. They were sweating for him, thinking that Master Ling was still too young. This wasn't the time to act like a hero, he'd really die if he did that. Sure enough, West Mountain's old sect master was so angry that his face turned ashen. It was almost the same color as his eyebrows. Black fog suddenly surged out from his head. The sky instantly darkened. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Just when everyone thought that West Mountain's old sect master couldn't hold back his killing intent and that Lin Yi was dead for sure, the black clouds above his head suddenly dispersed. The sky became clear again, and the sun shone brightly. West Mountain's old sect master's killing intent suddenly disappeared. He didn't get angry and instead laughed. "You have guts, you really have guts. This nephew of mine is the same as you." Back then, he dared to break out of the mountain just for a trivial matter. "I've long said that evil cultivators who swagger through the streets will not have a good ending. Now that he has fallen to this state, his death is not undeserved." Hearing his words, not only were the others confused, even Lin Yi was a little stunned. What did he mean by this? Everyone thought that he was going to take revenge for Wu Bao Liang, but in the end, he actually changed the topic and said that Wu Bao Liang's death was not unjust. The actions of experts were indeed unfathomable. This kind of strange thinking of an evil cultivator was even more incomprehensible. "I also heard that the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was driven out by you." West Mountain's old sect master retracted his gaze from Lin Yi and changed the topic to this irrelevant matter. Everyone was even more confused and looked at each other. No, we didn't drive them out, we didn't drive them out." Boundless Sea was the first to recover from his shock and hurriedly said, "The Dragon Boat Escort Agency is ranked second. From now on, there will be 6 great escort agencies. The old calendar of 5 great escort agencies should be changed long ago." Everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of disdain. Fuck, this guy is too shameless. The ironclad rules of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance should be changed just like that. What fucking 6 great escort agencies? Even at this time, they still didn't forget to take care of their own 4 Seas Escort Agency. They were really cunning. Although in front of an evil cultivator, no one dared to say anything for the sake of their lives, everyone still had a bit of integrity in their hearts. However, there was nothing much to say about someone like Boundless Sea. This guy had already become the evil cultivator's lackey. Not only was he not ashamed, he even had the shameless expression of a man who knew when to yield and when to stand tall. TSK, you're quite tactful. Scram to the side. Shishan's old sect master had a mocking smile on his face. He turned to look at Cheng Haonan and said, "Disciple, let's get down to business. I'll give you a chance to personally take revenge. Go get rid of that Ling Yi, and then we'll go to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency together. It's rare for me to come out, so I have a lot of things to do this time. Long Kuiba heard this and was immediately overjoyed. Previously, when Boundless Sea said that his dragon boat escort agency would once again become the number 2 escort agency, he wasn't this excited. After all, this was expected. He had already mentally prepared himself for this, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But now, Shishan's old sect master actually said that he wanted to go to his dragon boat escort agency. This was something that he couldn't even dream of. Long Kuiba was so excited that he almost slapped himself. Fuck, this is the great giant of the opening period. So what if he's a evil cultivator? Who would dare to say no? In the South Continent seas, there were often people who said that good and evil couldn't coexist, but from the expressions of everyone here, especially Boundless Sea, it could be seen that the bigger the fist was the truth. As long as one was strong enough, evil cultivators could also become mainstream. Not convinced? Then I'll punch you to death. R1152. Chapter 4504. With the West Mountain Elder, the business of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would not decrease because of the existence of the evil cultivator. Instead, it would be much more profitable than before. Even the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, the new hegemon of escort agencies, would not be able to compete with it. Businessmen prioritized profits above all else. They didn't care if they were heretical cultivators or not. As long as they could intimidate thieves and pirates, as long as they could deliver their goods safely and reliably, then they would choose a powerful escort agency as their first choice. In the end, the winner was king. As long as one's strength was strong enough, even evil cultivators were righteous. The Dragon Boat Escort Agency had the West Mountain Elder, an opening period elder, in charge. It was not a stain, but a blessing that could not be obtained in a few lifetimes. As long as the West Mountain Elder was around, absolutely no one would dare to provoke the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. As long as the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's flag was displayed on the ship, even pirates and robbers would have to hide far away. Otherwise, if they dared to have any evil thoughts, they would be enemies with the West Mountain Elder. Even 10 lives would not be enough to kill them. In contrast, the restoration of second place was secondary. It could even be said that it did not matter. With the West Mountain Elder's words today, it would be fine even if the Dragon Boat Escort Agency did not participate in the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance in the future. With the opening period Elder in charge, would they be afraid of no business? Long Kuiba was ecstatic, but at this moment, the focus was not on him, but Cheng Haonan and Lin Yi. Everyone saw that the West Mountain Elder changed the topic and did not mention anything about avenging his nephew and disciple, Wu Baoliang. They thought that he was going to let Lin Yi go, but they did not expect that he was leaving it for Cheng Haonan. Yes, your disciple will send Ling Yi's head to avenge Senior Wu as a gift for becoming my disciple. Cheng Haonan was immediately in high spirits. Although the identity of the Poison Eye mercenary group's boss sounded impressive, in the eyes of the higher-ups, it was not even worth mentioning. Not to mention those large sects, even people like Qi Mingyuan could clearly look down on him. But now it was different. He would replace Wu Baoliang and become the direct disciple of the West Mountain Elder. This was a powerful background that no one dared to underestimate. From now on, Cheng Haonan would usher in a turning point in his life, and he would soar into the sky. Of course, all of this was thanks to Ling Yi, and Cheng Haonan's road to meteoric success would start from killing Ling Yi. Cheng Haonan arrogantly walked over step by step, while the main character, Lin Yi, was still calm and unruffled. Qi Wenhan and the others, on the other hand, paled and lost their heads out of fear. No matter what, they would always stand on Lin Yi's side. They had already formed a community of mutual benefits. No matter if it was Qi Wenhan or Qi Mingyuan, or even Honest Chai who stood among the representatives of the Chamber of Commerce, none of them would abandon Lin Yi at this moment. But the problem was, they really had no way to deal with Cheng Haonan. They did not need to be too afraid of Cheng Haonan, but what could they use to fight against the West Mountain Elder? In terms of strength, all of them together would not be a match for the West Mountain Elder. If they suddenly jumped out at this time, they would only be courting death. But they could not just watch as Lin Yi was killed by Cheng Haonan, right? Those who saw the battle yesterday knew that Lin Yi was suppressed by Cheng Haonan from start to finish. Even when he used the ultimate killing technique, the frenzied thousand burst fists, it was useless. Cheng Haonan had absolute power over him, and he was not a match for him at all. It had only been a day, and no normal person, including Qi Wenhan and the others, thought that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to turn things around successfully. Against the aggressive Cheng Haonan, Lin Yi was bound to lose. But if he lost today, then the result would be very different from yesterday's duel on the stage. Yesterday, as long as he fell off the stage, he could keep his life. But today, it was a fight to the death. Seeing that Qi Wenhan was about to jump out, Lin Yi hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. He said in a low voice, "This is my business. You guys just watch carefully." Qi Wenhan opened his mouth to say something, but Lin Yi did not give him the chance. After giving him a look, he walked out of the crowd and took the initiative to meet Cheng Haonan. Lin Yi was very clear that he had to pass today. Qi Wenhan and the others could not help him at all. Instead, if the West Mountain Elder took out his anger because of him, then it would be really troublesome. Hehe, you really have guts. You actually dare to take the initiative to stand out. Seeing this scene, Cheng Haonan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He clenched his fists and sneered, "I want to know, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think you can beat me? Whether I can win or not, how do you know if I don't fight?" Lin Yi asked with a faint smile. His expression was still calm and composed. Even if the West Mountain Elder was fighting not far away, he did not have the slightest intention of stage fright. This kind of bearing really made everyone present speechless. Each of them secretly thought that it was a pity. With this kind of bearing, this boy would certainly achieve great things in the future. It was a pity that he had offended the West Mountain Elder. Today, he was destined to die young. "Oh, your tone is not small. Fortunately, my memory is not bad. Otherwise, I would have thought that I had lost to you yesterday." Cheng Haonan wantonly ridiculed. His body suddenly emitted a layer of black gas. His aura suddenly became fierce and domineering. Impressively, he had actually activated the state of his whole body turning black. Obviously, Cheng Haonan did not intend to give Lin Yi any chance to resist today. After all, this was his first battle after joining the West Mountain Elder. If he could not get rid of Lin Yi cleanly and neatly, it was inevitable that he would lose face in the eyes of the West Mountain Elder. So today, he must go all out. Super ultimate physical technique. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. If it was not for the West Mountain Elder's covetous eyes, he really had the mood to have a good fight with Cheng Haonan. After all, his newly developed ultimate physical skill and ultimate physical skill were still lacking in practice, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Perhaps after this battle, his mastery in this aspect would improve by leaps and bounds, and he would directly go from the beginner level to the next level. However, for now, staying alive was more important. Lin Yi shook his head with some regret. In the eyes of Cheng Haonan and the others, his performance became a blatant provocation. No matter who saw their opponent shake his head, they would probably think the same way. "Mph, you still dare to pretend when you are about to die. Among the people I have seen, you are really the prettiest. You really don't even know how to write the word death." Cheng Haonan let out a long howl. His body instantly transformed into a ghostly black shadow and pounced towards Lin Yi. His speed under the state of the dark state was very shocking. With such a sudden attack, even most of the original infant stage masters would not be able to react in time, let alone a mere Lin Yi. R1152. Chapter 4505. Qi Wenhan and the others' hearts suddenly tightened. Their eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Yi's body, fearing that something bad would happen to him. "Oh, do you know what happened to the people who ridiculed me for being a pretentious prick?" Lin Yi was calm and unhurried. In the face of Cheng Haonan's full power outburst, he was not the slightest bit afraid. His figure violently retreated in an attempt to maintain a distance, and at the same time, he calmly asked, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Cheng Haonan sneered. In his eyes, Lin Yi was already a dead man. He had no interest in talking nonsense with a dead man. "Hehe, I'll be merciful and tell you. I'm a soft-hearted person, and I'm afraid that you won't be able to rest in peace. They're all dead." Lin Yi was still calm and indifferent, and the ridicule on his face was obvious. Looking at this scene, the entire audience couldn't help but have a strange expression. Including Qi Wenhan and the others, they all felt that Lin Yi's current situation pointed to disaster. Who would have thought that at this time, he still had the heart to make fun of Cheng Haonan? Was this a case of being bold because of his skill, or was it an indication that he knew that a great disaster was imminent, and was addicted to talking before his death? Humph, at this time, you can only talk big. Since you have so much skill, then why are you still running? Hurry up and kill me. Cheng Haonan laughed cruelly, but in his heart, he was somewhat surprised. Lin Yi's current speed seemed to be somewhat different from yesterday's. In yesterday's duel, although this kid's movement technique seemed to be exceptionally exquisite, and his speed was much faster than those ordinary experts, but compared to Cheng Haonan, it was still somewhat inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by him all the time. What's more, he had now activated his entire body's dark state, and his speed had skyrocketed a lot. In theory, he should be able to close in on Lin Yi in an instant. But now, a full 3 breaths had passed, and although the distance between them had been shortened, it was not obvious. What was even more outrageous was that Lin Yi's body revealed a trace of qi fluctuation, which made Cheng Haonan feel that it was very similar to himself. Such a strange situation clearly did not appear yesterday. Could it be? When he thought that Wu Baoliang had died under the 1,000 violent flame fist, which was the same as his 1,000 violent sand fist, Cheng Haonan could not help but shiver. Although it was very unbelievable, if there was a first, there might be a second time. Maybe this kid really had the terrifying ability to give others a taste of their own medicine and had learned his super movement technique. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Cheng Haonan was no longer as confident as before. The reason why he was able to suppress Lin Yi in all aspects yesterday was because of the difference in their physical skills. Now that he'd lost this advantage, even if he could still beat Lin Yi, it'd be very difficult. After all, this was not some shrimp soldier or crab general, but an existence that could kill Wu Baoliang head-on. In the face of an expert of this level, Cheng Haonan would fail miserably if he was not careful. Seeing the uncertainty on Cheng Haonan's face, Lin Yi knew that the guy had noticed something. He didn't hide it anymore and used the newly formed super butterfly microsteps to its fullest. His speed increased drastically, and the distance between them that was getting closer and closer was instantly widened by a few body lengths. Sure enough. This time, Cheng Haonan completely verified the conjecture in his heart, and he couldn't help but howl with rage, his eyes spitting fire. This wasn't just a chance for him to take revenge for his son Cheng Qitian, it was also a chance for him to become a subordinate of the Shishan old sect. Getting rid of Lin Yi was the most basic requirement, so how could he allow any accidents to occur? The black gas on his body suddenly became thicker, and at the same time, it began to show signs of being out of control. Cheng Haonan's speed finally skyrocketed again. He was going all out. It couldn't be helped. He was fast purely because of his super physical arts, and he didn't train in any advanced techniques. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a typical speedmaster, and now that he was using butterfly microsteps, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Just this state alone was faster than Lin Yi's entire body turning black. Of course, this was also because Lin Yi had just broken through to the peak of the middle phase of Golden Elixir, and his strength was already a level higher. Now that he had the super butterfly microstep, the two stacked together, the increase was naturally not small. What's more, the same method in the hands of different people would have a world of difference. Cheng Haonan was the authentic super physical technique and ultimate physical technique, but now he met the freak Lin Yi, and the effect became a counterfeit. Who could he find to reason with? Cheng Haonan was now about to vomit blood. This was not purely because he was angry, but because he was forced to do so. The entire body turning black was already the limit that he could master normally. Now, in order to catch up with Lin Yi, he did not hesitate to go further. Although his speed was faster, he had already suffered a serious internal injury. In order to leave a good impression in the heart of the West Mountain Elder, he did not hesitate to exchange his life for speed. If this drags on for a little longer, he will be exhausted to death. What a pity. Lin Yi could not help but shake his head when he saw this. He had thoroughly studied the blackened state overnight. Of course, he knew what state Cheng Haonan was in at the moment. If he was not afraid of the West Mountain Elder who was watching from the side, he would have the opportunity to kill Cheng Haonan in this situation. But now, seeing that Cheng Haonan was rapidly closing the distance again, he could not be entangled with this guy too much. Otherwise, even if he could kill Cheng Haonan today, there would be no way to escape later. Although Lin Yi's strength had increased greatly recently, the gap in strength between them was still there. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible to escape from the hands of an evil cultivator in the mountain opening stage. After all, he was only at the peak of the middle gold core stage, not the peak of the middle nascent soul stage. In any case, escaping was the way to go. This was also what Lin Yi had been secretly planning since he saw Cheng Haonan appear. Wahahaha, didn't you escape quickly? Let's see how you escape now. Cheng Haonan did not care about the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He laughed proudly and arrogantly. He finally caught this guy. Escape. They were so close, but Lin Yi suddenly blinked and said with an unpredictable look, "Do you think I escaped because of you? Forget it in this life, but you should be more careful in the next life." Bullshit. Cheng Haonan just wanted to taunt with the attitude of a winner, but found that the opposite Lin Yi suddenly pushed his hand in his direction. In the eyes of a physical master who practiced both internal and external cultivation, it was strange no matter how he looked at it. How could such a slow palm have any lethality? However, when Lin Yi's palm was completely opened, Cheng Haonan felt the small, but dark purple thing in his palm. Cheng Haonan's face suddenly changed. His eyes suddenly widened, and his expression became extremely frightened and hideous. R1152. Chapter 4506. He didn't know what a super bomb that was a combination of true qi and alchemy fire was, but his instincts told him that the little thing in Lin Yi's hand was extremely dangerous. If he didn't run away quickly, he would die. At the same time, the others didn't realize what was happening, but the West Mountain Elder, who was standing on the stage, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The dignified evil cultivator of the opening period actually showed a trace of fear at this moment. In the eyes of the crowd, this was even rarer than the sun rising from the west. However, before the crowd could start discussing, what happened next made everyone speechless. The super bomb that Lin Yi had started to condense at the first sight of Cheng Haonan instantly attacked the whole place. With the magic cold square as the center, the whole magic cold sea shook, and an unparalleled monstrous tsunami suddenly erupted. A huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky above the magic cold city, shaking magnificently. The end of the world had come. As for the demon cold square, which was the center of the explosion, it was covered in dust at this moment. Even though the facilities that were still in good condition were protected by layers of formations, they were still destroyed in an instant. The people at the scene were in a complete mess, and it was a complete mess. There were many people who were injured by the bombs. In serious cases, they were even on the verge of death. However, there was a silver lining in the misfortune that everyone present today was at least an expert above the gold core stage. Otherwise, if it was like the South Continent Escort Agency Grand Gathering, there would be at least hundreds or thousands of people dead. That would really be a wrongful death. The whole place was in a mess. According to the trend of the dust filling the sky, the chaotic scene would last at least several hours before it could calm down. However, at this moment, a sudden black wind blew, sweeping away the dust instantly. The magic cold square finally saw the light of day again, and the messy scene was clear at a glance. Whether injured or not, everyone's first reaction was to look at Lin Yi's position, including experts at the peak of the late nascent soul stage like Boundless Sea. Everyone's face was filled with clear fear. Due to Lin Yi's strong performance in the previous competition, everyone present already thought highly of him. At least, they didn't treat him as an ordinary middle-stage golden core stage expert. In their hearts, his position had crossed a whole realm, enough to be comparable to a middle-stage nascent soul stage expert. However, they never expected that even so, they still underestimated this freak. There was no doubt that the power of the heaven-defying explosion just now was enough to tear a peak late-stage nascent soul stage expert like Boundless Sea into pieces in minutes. Thinking about how he wanted to stomp such a freak to death, Boundless Sea couldn't help but break out a cold sweat. Fortunately, He didn't go personally, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Not only Boundless Sea, but even at this moment, even Qi Wenhan Qi, Lin Yi's allies, were all shocked. They always thought Lin Yi was very strong, but they didn't know that Lin Yi was this. But at this moment, even if they wanted to show their respect, they didn't have the chance to do so. Lin Yi had disappeared without a trace, not even a shadow could be seen. As for Cheng Haonan, who was in that position before, he also disappeared at this moment. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Suddenly, someone tried to suppress his voice but still couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone followed the voice and finally found Cheng Haonan's figure. At this moment, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and there were more than a dozen big and small transparent holes all over his body. It was obvious that he was dead. This wasn't strange at all. He was less than 3 meters away from Lin Yi, and it was already a miracle for him to be able to leave an intact corpse at such a close distance. It was impossible for him to survive, unless he was a mystic ascension master. No matter how strong Cheng Haonan was, no matter how strong he was, his body was still in the golden core stage. With his defense, it was not surprising that he was blown to death. Cheng Haonan's death was already expected by everyone, but what was really shocking was his current position. This guy was actually carried by a person with one hand. It was the West Mountain Elder with a gloomy face. The entire demonic cold square was in a mess, and only the area under the feet of the West Mountain Sect Master was undamaged. After all, the evil cultivators of the mountain opening period were extraordinary. Even so, it still couldn't change an embarrassing fact. The West Mountain Sect Master had clearly made a move just now, but he couldn't save Cheng Haonan. At the moment when Lin Yi opened his palm and released the super bomb, the West Mountain Elder knew that things were not good. He knew that if this continued, Cheng Haonan would die. This was his new disciple. If he let his disciple die in front of his eyes, wouldn't he, the West Mountain Elder, be laughed at alive? So at this moment, the West Mountain Elder chose to save Cheng Haonan, but unfortunately, he was still too late. He did snatch Cheng Haonan back, but he had already become a broken body. "How dare you?" The West Mountain Elder's face was livid. His hoarse and sharp voice attacked the eardrums of everyone present, causing everyone to bury their heads, not daring to look at him. Even the stupidest person could see that this opening stage evil cultivator had suffered a loss in the hands of Lin Yi. Now was the time for him to be angry. If anyone dared to show any disrespect, this West Mountain Elder might massacre everyone present. Although he said that he was cultivating, he was an evil cultivator after all. If he didn't kill, how could he live up to his title as an evil cultivator? When Qi Wenhan and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Although they didn't know the specific situation, they could at least be sure that Lin Yi seemed to have escaped safely. To be able to escape under the eyes of an opening phase practitioner was something that even an original soul practitioner wouldn't dare imagine, let alone a golden core practitioner. However, Lin Yi managed to do it. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. As expected, miracles were everywhere he went. At this moment, everyone's eyes secretly fell on the West Mountain Elder. They were all wondering how this opening stage evil cultivator would react. Would he be angry, or would he pretend to be an expert? However, what the crowd didn't expect was that as soon as their eyes focused on him, the figure of the West Mountain Patriarch suddenly disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't for the corpse of Cheng Haonan that was riddled with holes on the ground, everyone would have thought that this person had never appeared. At the same time, 50 miles away, Lin Yi couldn't care less about the surging injuries in his body. He was trying his best to use the super butterfly microsteps to quickly get away from Devil Lung City. R1152. Chapter 4507. Before the West Mountain Elder appeared, from the first time he saw Cheng Haonan, the escape plan had already been brewing in his mind. Opportunities were always given to those who were prepared, and Lin Yi was the kind of person who could create opportunities for himself even if there was no opportunity. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to successfully escape today. Condensing the superbomb was the first step, retreating while fighting against Cheng Haonan was the second step, and the moment the superbomb was released, he used the recoil of the bomb to bounce himself away, which was the most crucial step. In contrast, Killing Cheng Haonan was just a matter of convenience. Without the strong recoil of the superbomb, Lin Yi would not be able to fly 50 miles away like this. Although it was very risky to move 50 miles away in an instant, it was the most important condition to escape from the West Mountain Elder. Otherwise, no matter how confident Lin Yi was, he would not be able to escape from the hands of an opening mountain stage evil cultivator purely with speed. Although he used true chi to protect his body in advance, Lin Yi was still injured by the superbomb at such a close distance. There was no other way, this was the minimum price to pay for escaping. However, Lin Yi could not heal himself yet. 50 miles could get rid of Yuanying stage masters, and even profound ascending stage masters, but whether he could get rid of an opening mountain stage evil cultivator, Lin Yi was not sure at all. So at this time, he did not dare to take it lightly, and escaped as far as possible at all costs. While escaping quickly, he could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Thanks to the super butterfly microstep that he developed last night, and thanks to the breakthrough this morning, this escape plan would not be so smooth. If there was even one mistake in the middle, even if there was only one step, he would die without a burial place. The direction that Lin Yi was escaping to was a mountain range in the south of Molung City. This was also the only direction he could choose. To the east and north of Molung City was the vast sea, and although to the west was also a mountain range, the secret dungeon of the Central Chamber of Commerce was in the west. With the lesson from last time, Lin Yi didn't dare to take the initiative to run into this kind of dead end. That was definitely walking into a trap. After all, there were a bunch of Mystic Ascension stage masters there. In terms of danger, it wasn't any less than Shishan Old Master. Of course, if he had no other choice, Lin Yi might have chosen to escape to the west. It would have been perfect if the two sides started fighting each other. But now that everything was going smoothly, there was no need for Lin Yi to jump into a pit with a high chance of survival. The wind howled in his ears, and he estimated that he was at least 60 miles away from Molengcheng. Just when he was about to let out a sigh of relief, a black wind came from behind him, and a silhouette appeared from the thick black mist. It was the red-haired, green-browed elder Shishan. "Mich, you run pretty fast, but you killed 2 of my disciples in a row. Do you think I'll let you go so easily?" The West Mountain Elder stared at Lin Yi with a pair of triangular eyes, his face twisted as he laughed coldly. Feeling the cold killing intent coming from above, Lin Yi's heart suddenly fell into an ice cellar, and his whole body froze. Everything was going smoothly, and he had escaped 50 miles away in an instant. How could the opponent catch up so easily? Lin Yi had experienced many dangerous situations, but now that he was being stared at by the West Mountain Elder, he suddenly felt that death had become unprecedentedly close to him. He even felt that the blood in his body had begun to turn cold. This was the giant of the opening stage. Lin Yi's face became ugly, and he was sweating profusely. He had been very careful in dealing with it, but he suddenly realized that he still did not understand the true meaning of this name. A master of the Gold Core stage wanted to escape from this kind of existence, and even wanted to escape unscathed. From the moment this idea appeared, it actually showed that Lin Yi was too confident, or even overconfident. "You killed 2 of my disciples in a row, it seems a little too easy to kill you. Even if you are torn into pieces, it will not relieve the hatred in my heart. Otherwise, I will make you into a puppet." The West Mountain Elder was not in a hurry to kill, but he pinched his chin and said with a smile, "Although your strength is not so good, you should be very suitable to be a puppet. Maybe you will become a trump card puppet with the potential to grow, he. The evil cultivators had always been famous for their coldness. The loss of 2 disciples was not as big a blow to him as ordinary people thought. Especially Cheng Haonan was just a cheap disciple who had not even officially entered the sect. It did not matter whether he died or not. Instead, the idea that suddenly emerged now made the West Mountain Elder feel very happy. With the strength of Lin Yi's mere Gold Core stage, he could not enter the eyes of such a big figure. Even if he was made into a puppet, he would only be a Gold Core stage puppet. It could only be useful for those below the Gold Core stage. What use would it be for him, the evil cultivator of the opening stage? However, the terrifying power that Lin Yi had just released at that moment, even the West Mountain Elder had to be afraid. With the strength of a master of the gold core stage, he could actually overpower all the masters of the Yuanying stage. If such a genius was used as a puppet, it would definitely be the best of the best. It was completely possible to become a trump card puppet. A trump card puppet with the potential to grow, even if its starting point was only the gold core stage, as long as it continued to be refined and improved, it could go one step further to the Yuanying stage, the profound ascension stage, or even the opening mountain stage. That was the real killer. The West Mountain Elder suddenly felt that it was worth coming this time. If it was not for Lin Yi's super bomb that shocked him, he would not have thought of such a wonderful idea. After all, the requirements for the quality of the materials to become a trump card puppet were too high. It must be 1 in a billion, a super genius among super geniuses. Even people like Cheng Haonan and Wu Baoliang were far from qualified. However, it was obvious that this Lin Yi who suddenly appeared should have a little hope. Anyway, it would be a waste to kill him, so it would be a waste not to try. Trump card puppet? Go to hell. Of course, Lin Yi would not give up just like that. If he really became the trump card puppet of the West Mountain Elder, it would be worse than death. He immediately used the super butterfly microsteps to turn around and escape. As they were very close to the south bank, it was no longer realistic to want to lead the West Mountain Elder to the west. Before that, they would definitely be caught. Moreover, even if Lin Yi really did that, it would be useless because the masters of the Central Chamber of Commerce had already left. R1152. Chapter 4508. Covering his head and running to the south bank was a last resort, and he didn't even know if he'd be able to make it to the south bank. He didn't even have a plan for what to do after that. He could only take one step at a time. Hehe, you still don't give up at this time? Your perseverance is really commendable, but you are a little stupid. You don't even know that a wise man submits to circumstances. You deserve to be a brainless puppet. The West Mountain Old Master floated in the black fog in the air and calmly watched Lin Yi running wildly on the ground. Lin Yi didn't stop his footsteps. He couldn't help but mock Lin Yi inwardly. A wise man submits to circumstances was a phrase used to persuade others to submit, and now you're trying to turn me into a puppet. Who the hell would be willing to be a puppet in human form? An evil cultivator was indeed an evil cultivator. Even the giants of the mountain opening period were so uncultured. Of course, sneering was just sneering. Lin Yi wouldn't be stupid enough to turn back and bicker with the West Mountain Old Master. That would definitely affect his escape speed. Maybe he still had a chance of survival, but because of bickering, he would destroy his last chance of survival. This kind of stupid thing Lin Yi couldn't do. However, the chance of survival that Lin Yi imagined was simply a fart in the eyes of the West Mountain Old Master. To be more precise, it was not even a fart. It was true that Lin Yi's full display of the super butterfly microsteps at this moment was indeed extremely fast. Before, he could get rid of Cheng Haonan who was in the state of blackness. It was enough to make most of the Yuanying stage masters look at him in the dust. Unfortunately, he was now facing the West Mountain Old Master. The difference in strength between them was too great. The difference was so great that the understanding of the speed of the movement was completely different. Lin Yi's speed was only fast in the sense of space. It was only the concept of fast in the ordinary people's concept. However, the West Mountain Old Master's understanding of speed had reached the level of time and space. It sounded mystical, but in reality, Lin Yi's body was already a series of afterimages. Even arrows couldn't keep up with his speed, and this speed was enough to make people's eyes pop out of their sockets. Looking at the West Hill Elder in the air, the speed he was moving at was completely out of the range of what normal people could accept. The moment before, he was left behind by Lin Yi for a full 4 or 5 miles, but the next moment, he would find that the West Mountain Old Master in the black fog suddenly appeared above Lin Yi's head without warning. It gave people the feeling that he had broken through the shackles of space and achieved a space jump. This strange situation happened several times in a row. No matter how hard Lin Yi tried to adjust the direction of the route, no matter how he tried to conceal his aura, it was useless. Every time he tried to open up a little distance, the West Mountain Old Master would always appear above his head. Everything was useless. If it was not for Lin Yi's strong enough nerves, if it was someone else, they would have collapsed and knelt down. This huge pressure that followed like a shadow was really desperate. In fact, even Lin Yi, in the face of this unprecedented situation, could not help but have a trace of loosening in his mind. Hihi, I've finally found an opportunity. The West Mountain Old Master was overjoyed when he saw this. An evil and dark tentacle of consciousness instantly covered the top of Lin Yi's head. With this, he was going to deprive Lin Yi's soul. Soul hook hand. If he simply wanted to kill Lin Yi, with the means of the West Mountain Old Master, 100 Lin Yi would have long been dead. However, he wanted to capture Lin Yi and use him as a puppet, so he did not want to be heavy-handed. Although corpses could also be used to make puppets, they could only be ordinary puppets. If one wanted to refine a trump puppet, the minimum requirement was a fresh body. Of course, as long as the body was fresh, it would be fine. The soul and consciousness could still be erased if possible. After all, these things did not have the slightest advantage in refining a trump puppet. Instead, it would only be harmful. However, the soul of human cultivators was born extremely strong. The soul of any ordinary person was extremely tough, let alone a high-level cultivator. Even with the means of the West Mountain Old Master, it was not so easy to erase all the soul and consciousness at once. He must find a suitable breakthrough point. When a person's mind was shocked and lost, the spirit was the most vulnerable to heavy damage. This was the opportunity that the West Mountain Old Master had been waiting for. For this reason, he did not hesitate to come over Lin Yi's head again and again to stimulate Lin Yi, just to wait for this moment. Anyway, Lin Yi had been locked by his consciousness. Under his eyes, no matter how fast or how far he escaped, it would be useless. As long as he moved his mind, he could tear the space and appear above his head. Therefore, the West Mountain Old Master was not afraid that Lin Yi would escape. For a rare material that could be refined into a trump puppet, it was necessary to spend more effort. With the soul hook hand over his head, Lin Yi, who was sparing no effort to use the super butterfly subtle steps, was suddenly frozen. The boundless bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped his whole body. His whole body seemed to be frozen in an instant and could no longer move. Lin Yi suddenly became anxious because at this moment, he felt that the top of his head was opened. There was clearly an invisible hand that was pulling his soul and consciousness out of his body little by little. His whole consciousness began to become blurred. This was the means of the evil cultivators of the opening period. This time, Lin Yi finally opened his eyes, but he was about to pay the price of his life. After that, he was even going to be refined into a puppet with no consciousness, but he could not resist at all. He could only feel his consciousness fading away little by little. It couldn't be helped. So far, Lin Yi had never encountered such a high-level level. It was like an ancient swordsman suddenly encountered the sniper of modern firearms. They were not on the same level at all. His whole person had long been stunned. How could he know how to resist for a while? Seeing that Lin Yi didn't resist at all, and his aura was getting weaker and weaker, the West Mountain Elder laughed with glee. His nephew Wu Bao Liang's death was a pity, but Cheng Haonan's death was insignificant. These two people could be exchanged for such an excellent material for a puppet. In his eyes, it was not a loss at all. "Boy, are you going to accept your fate?" Suddenly, there was a loud shout in Lin Yi's mind. It was the voice of the ghost. "Sir, Senior," Lin Yi muttered with some blurred consciousness. He was like a person who fell into the water and grabbed the last life-saving straw. He struggled with all his might, but what he really showed was just a slight movement of his fingers. That was all. This was the limit of what he could do. Because his entire soul and divine sense were covered by the West Mountain Old Sect Master's soul-reaping hand, his body was no longer under his control. If this dragged on for a moment, his soul and divine sense would be completely hooked away. At that time, he would completely lose his consciousness, and that would truly be beyond saving. R1152. Chapter 4509. Wake up. No one knew what magical means the ghost thing used. After a loud shout, it suddenly made Lin Yi, who was in a daze, feel refreshed, but the West Mountain Old Master suddenly trembled, and his expression suddenly changed. His soul-hooking hand was an extremely exquisite and profound divine sense skill. Once he seized the opportunity of losing his mind, then let alone a master of the gold core stage, even a yuanying stage or even a profound ascension stage, could only be slaughtered by He. This was not something that could be resisted by strong willpower alone. There must be corresponding divine sense means, otherwise, everything would be in vain. Although Lin Yi's previous performance was shocking, especially the super bomb, which even shocked the West Mountain Old Master, but the level was still there. If Lin Yi could use the divine sense means now, the West Mountain Old Master absolutely would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In fact, Lin Yi's current mastery of divine sense was limited to the most basic divine sense perception. Not to mention any exquisite and profound divine sense skills, even some of the most basic small skills could not be mastered. It was a pity that the West Mountain Old Master only guessed one point, but he could never guess the second point. He probably would not know that there was a ghost thing hidden in Lin Yi's body in this life. This guy was a primordial spirit master, and his attainments in divine sense were far above the West Mountain Old Master. Although the ghost thing was still in the state of a broken primordial spirit, and it was not realistic to fight against the West Mountain Old Master, but if it only wanted to save Lin Yi, it was easy. You still have the strength to resist. Hehe, what a rare genius, a natural-born ace puppet. The West Mountain Old Master did not understand the situation, thinking that it was Lin Yi who was barely holding on with his own willpower. He was not surprised but happy, and immediately increased the power of the soul hooking hand. Lin Yi, who had just been awakened by the ghost thing, had not had time to recover. At this time, he immediately became shaky again. He only felt that there was an unparalleled suction coming from the top of his head, madly sucking his soul and divine sense, and it seemed that it would not stop until he died. Humph! You dare to show off in front of me with such unscrupulous method. The ghostly thing let out another cold snort. No one knew what method it used, but the invisible hand that the West Mountain Patriarch used to cover Lin Yi's head was instantly shattered by an inexplicable force. The West Mountain Patriarch staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He had actually suffered internal injuries. This time, the West Mountain Elder was stunned. He was an evil cultivator who was comparable to a mountain opening stage expert. Now, he was actually injured by a mere gold core stage expert. When had such an outrageous thing happened in the world? Before he did not save Cheng Haonan in time, it could only be said that he suffered a loss because he was caught off guard by Lin Yi, but now he was really injured internally. This was not as simple as suffering a loss. Although this injury was not serious, the West Mountain Patriarch's expression obviously became a lot more dignified. As a powerful evil cultivator, it was impossible for him not to understand the principle of being careful. Otherwise, he would not be alive today. Although he would not be afraid of Lin Yi because of this, at least he would not be able to do it as easily as he did just now. At the same time that the West Mountain Patriarch was injured by the ghost thing, Lin Yi took the opportunity to get rid of the entanglement of the soul hooking hand. He finally regained consciousness, and then he was scared into a cold sweat. Fortunately, there was the help of the ghost thing, otherwise, he would really die without a burial place this time. Thank you, Senior. Lin Yi quickly thanked him. Then, before the West Mountain Patriarch could react and attack again, he quickly used the super butterfly microstep to escape. Even if he knew that it was useless, and the other party would inevitably catch up with him in an instant like before, he still had to escape. He could not just give up like this. Sure enough, although the West Mountain Patriarch, who had just been injured by the backfire, was still a little shocked, it was impossible for him to let Lin Yi escape. Lin Yi had only escaped for a moment, and the West Mountain Patriarch's iconic black mist appeared on top of his head again. However, perhaps because of the lesson he had just learned, the West Mountain Patriarch did not immediately take action. Instead, he calmly re-examined Lin Yi. This was an excellent material for a trump card puppet. Even if he suffered some internal injuries, he did not want to rashly kill Lin Yi because it was easy to damage his body. If this caused him to be unable to refine a trump card puppet, it would be a great loss. The best way was still to use the soul hooking hand to directly erase Lin Yi's consciousness like just now. That was the most ideal way to capture materials. However, before that, he had to first observe and find a good opportunity. Otherwise, if he suffered another inexplicable backfire of divine sense, then the West Mountain Patriarch would not be able to bear it. It was a pity that for a person with a strong will like Lin Yi, after losing his mind once, it was easier said than done to break through his mental defense a second time in a short period of time. This required great patience and deterrence. However, the West Mountain Patriarch did not lack these two things. As long as he could successfully refine a trump card puppet, not to mention chasing after Lin Yi for half a day, it did not matter even if it took a year and a half. Anyway, the last thing a cultivator lacked was time. Lin Yi fled desperately all the way, but from beginning to end, he could not get rid of the West Mountain Patriarch's control. Soon, he had reached the south bank, and further ahead was the vast sea. There's no other way. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and immediately prepared to turn west. While the West Mountain Patriarch was still playing the cat and mouse game, he could only try to see if he could lead this guy to the center of the group of people and let the two groups of people fight each other. However, just as Lin Yi was about to turn, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Jump down." What? Lin Yi was shocked. Before he had time to consider the pros and cons of jumping into the sea, his body had already reacted instinctively. He obeyed the ghost's command and jumped into the sea without hesitation. "Keek, you think jumping into the sea can get rid of the Patriarch's divine sense lock? You are too naive." The West Mountain Patriarch saw this and raised a pair of green eyebrows, the corner of his mouth full of ridicule. It was true that the sea fog did have the effect of isolating the divine sense, but first, the sea fog was not thick at this time, and the isolation effect was far from strong enough to make the West Mountain Patriarch helpless. Second, even when the sea fog was at its thickest, with the strength of the West Mountain Patriarch's divine sense, as long as the distance between them was not more than 5 miles, it was still impossible for Lin Yi to escape from the palm of his hand. Although it was early summer, the sea was still cold to the bone. Lin Yi deliberately used genuine qi to protect his body, but he could not help but shiver. His whole body was crazily covered with layers of goosebumps. If ordinary people dared to jump down like this, no matter how good they were in the water, they would be frozen alive. R1152. Chapter 45:10. If it was just swimming in the sea, Lin Yi would not have a problem. As long as he operated his genuine qi, he could maintain his body temperature. The space in the jade pendant could not only continuously replenish his genuine qi, but also ensure the supply of oxygen. In this way, Lin Yi could stay in the sea for 10 days and half a night without a problem. However, since the sea could not stop Lin Yi, naturally, it could not stop West Mountain Old Sect, the evil cultivator giant. To think that he could get rid of West Mountain Old Sect by hiding in the sea was tantamount to a fool's talk. Even if he was deceiving himself, there was always a limit. What's more, the sea was not like the ground. Even if he could calmly deal with the sea, he still had to face all kinds of unexpected dangers, such as sea beasts. Due to its proximity to the South Continent, the sea beasts of the Spirit Beast clan did not interfere with each other. Most of them would not stay in the South Continent Sea. However, there were always exceptions. There were always some sea beasts that would wander in the South Continent Sea. Since they dared to come to the exclusive territory of the Spirit Beast clan, they naturally had one thing in common, and that was their strength must be very strong. Lin Yi was truly unlucky today. He'd been hunted down by an elder of the West Mountain sect early in the morning, and now that he'd escaped into the sea, he'd just so happened to provoke an extremely dangerous existence, a ghost lightning ray that had been lurking at the bottom of the sea, waiting for its prey. Compared to other giant sea beasts that were hundreds of feet long, the ghost ray was very petite. From head to tail, it was less than 5 feet, very mini and pocket-sized. Of course, giant sea beasts were too big a target, and the South Continent Sea, especially the offshore sea, was not deep. If they dared to come over, they would be immediately detected by the Spirit Beast clan and human cultivators. Therefore, the sea beasts that really swam in the South Continent Sea were mostly small existences like the ghost ray. However, it was only small in size. For a terrifying existence like the ghost ray that could not be measured by common sense, if it really fought in the sea, not to mention the Gold Core Stage Masters, even the Yuanying Stage Masters would only be courting death. At least the Profound Ascending Stage Masters had the capital to fight it. A dark purple arc flashed in the sea. The ghost ray, which was buried in the sand and stones in a semi-dormant state, suddenly woke up the moment Lin Yi jumped into the water, and then like a ghost, silently chased after him. The ghost lightning ray was a pure carnivorous sea beast, limited by its size. Although its appetite was not as astonishing as other sea beasts, which could easily eat tons of meat, it was extremely picky about the quality of its prey. The stronger the creature, the more it liked. It would be best if the prey was a powerful human cultivator. Not only was the meat tender, but it could also increase its strength with each bite. For the ghost lightning ray, it was a delicacy made in heaven. If he wanted to hunt human cultivators, the South Sea was obviously the best choice. Just like what was happening right now, there would always be prey that would walk right into the trap. The ghost ray was silent but extremely fast. Lin Yi had just entered a completely unfamiliar environment, and at the same time, he had to be careful of the West Mountain Elder. He was completely unaware of the danger coming from below. Fortunately, the Jade Pendant's warning function had not failed. The Jade Pendant's urgent warning sounded in his head, and Lin Yi's already tense nerves suddenly became even more nervous. He thought that the West Mountain Elder had caught up, and immediately sped up to escape. Unfortunately, he was underwater, and the super butterfly microstep had lost its effect. If he wanted to move, he could only rely on swimming. However, this speed was really not complementary. Although Lin Yi's swimming ability was not bad, it was only slightly better than ordinary people. Without special training, it was impossible to move as freely as on the ground. However, although Lin Yi's speed was slow, the ghost ray that was pouncing up from below was not slow. As extremely dangerous dark purple electric arcs constantly streaked past his body, Lin Yi finally realized the huge ghost face that was rapidly approaching below, and his scalp went numb. The reason why it was called the ghost ray was because from above, its back looked like a huge, hideous ghost face. It was like a death notice, because when a human cultivator saw this ghost face, it meant that he was not far from death. At this moment, Lin Yi's mood was dull, and instantly sank to the bottom. He really did not look at the almanac when he went out today. Once a person's back was cold, even drinking cold water would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. This was a living portrayal, although he had never seen the ghost ray before, judging from the dangerous aura it emitted. This strange and evil creature was definitely not easy to deal with. Not to mention that he was being chased by the West Mountain Elder. Even under normal circumstances, Lin Yi might not have the confidence to deal with the ghost ray. After all, they were in the water. The ghost ray was not as patient as the West Mountain Elder. After staring at Lin Yi, it immediately launched an attack. Countless frightening dark purple electric currents spread out from the ghost face on its back. At first glance, it looked messy, but upon closer inspection, one would find that these electric currents formed a three-dimensional cage, trapping Lin Yi alive. At the same time, the ghost ray's long, black, slender tail suddenly stabbed at Lin Yi's back from an extremely tricky angle. This was a true sneak attack expert, and its speed was so fast that even Lin Yi's super butterfly microstep could not match up to it. Especially in the water, such speed could be called invincible. The Jade Pendant's alarm sounded, and Lin Yi finally reacted in the nick of time. Disregarding the cost, he used all his genuine chi, causing his body to move a small step in an instant. The ghost ray's creepy long tail almost pierced Lin Yi's ear. Although it did not graze him, the fierce water flow left a long, narrow wound on Lin Yi's cheek. It was a ghastly sight. Missing its attack, the ghost ray let out a strange cry, and the purple electric cage trapping Lin Yi rapidly tightened. It seemed that it was ready to electrocute Lin Yi alive. The ghost ray's most powerful weapon was naturally the terrifying electric current it emitted. If measured by the units of the mortal world, its strength was at least hundreds of millions of volts, enough to electrocute any Yuaniing stage expert alive. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the ghost ray would not use electricity to kill, because it would destroy the prey's flesh. Therefore, its first attack was to trap the prey in the purple electric cage, and then use its long tail to kill the prey. However, Lin Yi had dodged this attack, so it could only resort to this. Even if the meat was a little burnt, it was better than letting the prey escape. This was the ghost ray's hunting strategy. The purple electric cage rapidly tightened from all directions, and this time, even genuine chi could not save Lin Yi. Before he even came into direct contact with the purple electric, Lin Yi's body had already fallen into a state of paralysis. No matter how much he stimulated it with genuine qi, he could not alleviate it. Lin Yi could not help but smile bitterly. He had not escaped from the tiger's den, but had fallen into the wolf's den. This time, he was really dead. R1152. Chapter 45:11. He had risked his life to avoid dying in the hands of the West Mountain Elder, only to end up as food for a ferocious sea beast. He was really unlucky. If this was not a sea beast, but a spirit beast, then there would be nothing to be afraid of. With Ghost Thing in charge, basically all spirit beasts would have to show some respect to this top elder of the spirit beast clan. But the problem was that this Ghost Ray was a pure-blooded sea beast. Although sea beasts and spirit beasts were both ferocious beasts, the two were completely different. They were not of the same system, nor were they of the same organization. The sea beasts would not care about some bullshit spirit beast elder. Helpless, Lin Yi thought that he was going to die here. Suddenly, a sneer sounded beside him, and the figure of the West Mountain Elder appeared in the rapidly tightening purple electric cage. His body was surrounded by a Zhenqi shield, which kept the seawater out and also blocked the purple electric cage. "Keek, I want to see where you can escape to, why don't you?" Halfway through his sentence, the West Mountain Elder realized something was wrong. After taking a look at the purple electric cage, his triangular eyes suddenly fell on the ghost ray below. He frowned and said, "What the hell is this?" Lin Yi's expression suddenly became very strange. This was not a ghost, it was still in the space of the jade pendant. At the same time, the ghost face on the back of the ghost ray suddenly changed, making an indescribable noise. It was unknown whether it was expressing joy or shock. It probably did not expect that a prey would suddenly appear. The purple electric cage suddenly became even more dazzling, the intensity of the electric current more than doubled, and was slowly nibbling away at the West Mountain Elder's Zhenqi shield. At this rate, the West Mountain Elder and Lin Yi would inevitably become food for the ghost ray. Lin Yi looked at the West Mountain Elder calmly. He was already in a hopeless situation, and he was able to accept the situation calmly. It was the sudden appearance of the guy beside him that gave him a chance to live. He had been trying his best to escape from the West Mountain Elder's palm, but he didn't expect that he would become a grasshopper on a rope. He couldn't help but sigh at the irony of fate. "Mph, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Evil creature, you're courting death." The West Mountain Elder was not afraid in the face of such a desperate situation. With a sneer, he clenched his fist and a cloud of black mist immediately covered the ghost lightning ray. The strange noises that filled the surrounding sea suddenly became very sharp and short. At the same time, there was a faint sound of bones and flesh being crushed. A moment later, the purple electric cage that trapped the two suddenly collapsed. Countless dark purple electric currents dissipated into the vast sea. At the same time, the black fog that enveloped the ghost ray dissipated. The vicious ghost ray had now been melted into a pool of thick blood. Lin Yi sucked in a cold breath as he looked at the West Mountain Elder with even more fear and wariness in his eyes. Such a ferocious sea beast was killed just like that, with one turn of his hand and another turning of his hand into rain. The strength of this mountain opening period evil practitioner was truly frightening, so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end. Jejje, this is a good thing. It's shameful to waste it. The West Mountain Elder was not afraid that Lin Yi would take the opportunity to escape. He sucked the stinky blood on the spot and swallowed it. Even with Lin Yi's strong nerves, he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Taking advantage of the time when the West Mountain Elder was swallowing the blood, Lin Yi hurriedly used all his genuine qi to try to escape from this terrible monster. "Escape? Where can you escape to in front of me?" The West Mountain Elder sneered. As he continued to swallow the blood, he locked the position of Lin Yi with his divine sense. As long as he could perceive the position, Lin Yi would never be able to escape from his hands. Although the speed in the water was not as fast as on the ground, Lin Yi used all his genuine qi to escape hundreds of feet away in the blink of an eye. Although he was trying his best to escape, his heart was at a loss, because he really did not know how to escape from the West Mountain Elder's hands. This feeling of powerlessness made Lin Yi feel deeply frustrated. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, no matter what kind of dangerous situation he encountered, even if he was only a step away from death, Lin Yi at least knew what to do, how to fight, and there was no room for hesitation. But this time was different. Faced with the pursuit of a giant evil cultivator in the opening mountain period, Lin Yi was really helpless. With his current strength and means, he could not see any possibility of getting rid of the opponent. Even if there was a slim chance, no matter how slim it was, Lin Yi could stake it all on one throw. Unfortunately, there was not even a slim chance of survival. Just as Lin Yi was at a loss, a regular rumbling sound came from not far ahead. The originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent, condensed into countless visible torrents, and quickly gathered in front. Lin Yi was suddenly shocked. With the ghost ray as a lesson, he thought that he had encountered some powerful sea beast. He was about to change direction to avoid it, but suddenly the ghostly thing's voice sounded in his mind, "It's here, rush in." Heh! Rush in. Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. Since the ghostly thing had said so, even if it seemed to be extremely dangerous ahead, he could only bite the bullet and do as he was told. After all, there was no other way out now. If he followed the ghostly thing's instructions, he might be able to survive in the face of death and fight for the last chance of survival. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi immediately took advantage of the torrent beside him, and his whole body rushed to the unknown ahead like a swordfish. His speed was almost comparable to the super butterfly microstep. This guy is really fast at escaping. Feeling that Lin Yi's position was rapidly moving away, the face of the West Mountain Elder, who was still swallowing blood in the same place, changed. Although he was confident that Lin Yi could not escape from his palm, in this vast sea, if Lin Yi escaped more than 5 miles, even with his divine sense, it would be difficult for him to locate Lin Yi's position, and it would be troublesome. This was a torrent vortex. At this time, Lin Yi finally saw the existence in front of him clearly. It was not a ferocious sea beast at all, but a torrent vortex that was like a giant tornado. The unparalleled suction force sucked everything around it into it, and then it was all crushed into pieces. Looking at this incomparably frightening scene, Lin Yi could not help but be dumbfounded. First it was the West Mountain Elder, then it was the Ghost Ray, and now it was a torrent vortex. Which great god did I offend today? Did I offend the king of sea beasts, the merman too? However, Lin Yi immediately thought that whether it was after jumping into the sea and encountering the Ghost Ray, or now encountering the torrent vortex, there was a common premise, and that was to listen to the ghostly thing's instructions. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rush in. Do you want to stay and wait for death? The ghostly thing's voice sounded in his mind again. R1152. Chapter 4512. Senior, have I offended you recently? Lin Yi suddenly asked with a strange face. No, why? The ghost was baffled by the question. Oh, then I'm relieved. Lin Yi took a deep breath, and then suddenly rushed into the torrent vortex. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was tantamount to seeking death. Lin Yi also felt so, because even with his gold core stage master's body, he could not withstand the huge force of the vortex. However, he had no choice now. He tried his best to protect his body with innate chi, and he could hold on in the torrent vortex as long as he could. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Yi entered the vortex, a terrible strangling force immediately came around him, and it was about to tear Lin Yi into pieces. Fortunately, Lin Yi had innate chi to protect his body, and at the same time, he used a Raging Fire 8 trigram palm to fight against it, so he finally escaped. He thought that this strangling force would be endless, but after Lin Yi successfully survived the first wave, he found that the pressure on his body suddenly reduced. His whole body felt like he had entered the eye of the vortex, and he could not feel the strangling force at all. Instead, it seemed that he had entered a fast lane, and was quickly sent far away by a huge torrent. In order to escape, he actually rushed into the vortex. Is this guy crazy? At this time, the West Mountain Elder had already caught up. He knew that Lin Yi was in the vortex, but he did not dare to enter. Even if he was comparable to the evil cultivator of the opening mountain period, after all, he was still a mortal. It was easy for him to kill a few sea beasts, but if he fought against heaven and earth, then it was hard to say. Although the torrent vortex in front of him was not so heaven-defying, and its momentum was not even as strong as Lin Yi's previous superbomb. However, the West Mountain Elder knew that since the two were different, Lin Yi's superbomb was, after all, human power. It would soon disappear, but the torrent vortex in front of him was the power of heaven and earth. Although it did not look so terrible now, once it was triggered by some kind of chi, the power would be infinitely magnified, and at that time, the West Mountain Elder would only be able to die. The higher the level of strength, the more often they cherished their life, and the more they did not dare to take risks. This was a common problem for most people, and the West Mountain Elder was no exception. But it was absolutely impossible for him to let Lin Yi go. After all, Lin Yi killed two of his disciples, and he was a rare trump card material. How could he let him go? He couldn't advance, but he couldn't retreat either. He couldn't help but feel regretful. He shouldn't have swallowed the blood and taken Lin Yi down first, and things wouldn't have been like this. Drifting in the vortex, Lin Yi, who had begun to get used to the darkness and turbidity, suddenly felt that the front was suddenly clear, and his whole body was thrown out by the torrent vortex. Although he was still in the water was obviously much clearer than the seawater just now. It was not as cold as before, and it was calm, giving people the feeling that they had suddenly arrived at a paradise. But at this time, Lin Yi did not feel like he had survived a disaster, because he did not know where he was, and he did not know if he had gotten rid of the West Mountain Elder. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go up," the ghost urged in Lin Yi's mind. "Go up." Lin Yi was slightly stunned, but he did not hesitate and directly followed the ghost's instructions. However, when he finally swam to the surface, he was shocked by the scene around him. There was a dense and lush primeval forest around him. At this moment, Lin Yi was no longer in the vast sea, but a large lake. No wonder the water quality was different from before. It was really a different world. "Senior, what is this place?" Caught in a torrent vortex, he was washed from the sea to a forest lake. Even Lin Yi could not help but feel strange. Obviously, all this was within the ghost's expectation. Otherwise, it would not have asked Lin Yi to jump into the sea, nor would it have asked Lin Yi to rush into the torrent vortex to seek his own death. South Island. The ghost's tone was a little complicated, and it explained to Lin Yi, the South Sea area and the mainland of the South Island are connected by water veins. Many sea areas have a special whirlpool waterway that connects to the inland lake of the South Island. As long as you can enter the whirlpool waterway, you can quickly arrive there. So amazing. That's quite convenient, but why have I never heard of such a shortcut? Lin Yi was a little surprised. He had stayed in the sea area of the South Continent for a long time, but it was not a short time either. In particular, he had wandered around the Lufeng forest, but he had never heard of the whirlpool waterway. He only knew that it was not easy to enter the South Island. The ubiquitous miasma almost completely isolated the South Island from the surrounding sea area. Only at certain times could one come in through a special teleportation formation. Apart from that, he had never heard of such a convenient shortcut as the whirlpool waterway. Otherwise, there would be no need for so many people to line up to send spiritual jades to the teleportation formation. After all, the price of one teleportation was very high. These whirlpool waterways are the top secrets of our spirit beast clan. Only a few top elders and a small number of spirit beasts know about it. Most of the other spirit beasts don't know about it, let alone those human cultivators. Even if someone knows about it, he has to be silenced. After all, it's related to the safety of the entire spirit beast clan in the South Sea area. If someone casually enters the inland of the South Sea area, what will happen? The ghost thing said disapprovingly. The whirlpool waterway was only discovered by chance, and not every whirlpool had a hidden waterway. If one randomly found a whirlpool in the South Sea area and went into it, 99% of the people would be strangled alive. If one did not know the distribution of the whirlpool waterway clearly, who would dare to go into it rashly? What was more, many whirlpool waterways were one-way passages. Even if one entered the South Island smoothly, how could one get out? Perhaps one would not be able to return. Even the most courageous human cultivator would not dare to take this risk. Hearing the word silencing, Lin Yi could not help but shiver. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, I'm also a human cultivator. You won't kill me too, will you?" You're killing without teaching. TSK, boy, are you afraid? The ghost thing laughed strangely and then said, don't worry. You're one of us. Besides, am I such an unreasonable person? Of course not, Lin Yi answered without thinking, but he added in his heart, because you're not a human at all. I would never do something as unreasonable as punishing without teaching. I've always taught before punishing, the ghostly thing said with a straight face. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Anyway, he would be killed if he didn't discipline or teach. What was the difference between the two? R1152. Chapter 45:13. Lin Yi swam towards the shore as he talked to the ghost. After all, he'd only be able to move freely once he was on land, and he'd be able to use his full strength. It was much better than being restricted in the water. Finally returning to the ground, Lin Yi could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of being trapped in the water disappeared, and he regained his confidence. What surprised Lin Yi was that although this place was the South Island, there was no thick miasma covering it, and there was no trace of the miasma layer on the top. It was fresh and natural, like a paradise. Senior, why is there no miasma here? Is it the season when the miasma dissipates again? Lin Yi suddenly felt strange. He didn't notice this in the water before. It was not until he came ashore that he realized it. He had prepared to isolate the miasma with true qi in advance, but he found that there was nothing. That's not it. Although many places in the South Continent are covered by miasma all year round, there are also many places without miasma. It's just that most of them are inland and the gathering places of the spirit beasts. Human cultivators outside can't enter, so they don't know about it. The ghost explained. I see. Lin Yi suddenly nodded. He thought that the South Continent was really a mysterious place of the spirit beasts. The outside world knew very little about it. Even the human cultivators in the South Sea area, who were close to the South Continent, knew most of the South Continent at the level of passers-by. There were probably very few people who really knew the inside story. Lin Yi carefully observed the surrounding environment, and finally had a chance to treat his internal injuries. This time, in order to avoid the pursuit of the West Mountain Elder, he accidentally escaped to the inland of the South Continent. He had to think about what to do next. However, before he could breathe evenly, the warning sound of the jade pendant suddenly sounded again. At the same time, a cloud of black mist rushed out of the mirror-like lake. The familiar sneer suddenly made Lin Yi's face change. The West Mountain Elder actually chased him to this place. Boy, you're really brave. You even dare to go into this kind of torrent vortex. I didn't expect it. It turns out that there is another mystery in it. But do you think you can escape from my palm like this? It's really whimsical and wishful thinking. The West Mountain Elder was floating in the air, and his face was full of pride. Logically speaking, as an evil cultivator who was comparable to the existence of the mountain opening period, he had spent so much time and effort to chase Lin Yi, a master of the gold core stage. However, the West Mountain Elder felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment at this moment. If he'd been scared by the whirlpool just now, Lin Yi would have been able to escape his clutches completely. He'd have to return empty-handed, and that'd be the laughingstock of everyone. But now, the West Mountain Elder gritted his teeth and chased him. Lin Yi's previous efforts were all in vain. His fate had already been determined in advance. He would inevitably be refined into a puppet by the West Mountain Elder. As for whether he could become a trump card puppet, it depended on his luck. Of course, even if he could become a trump card puppet, it was really not good luck for Lin Yi, because no matter what, he would end up the same. His consciousness would be completely erased by the West Mountain Elder, and there would be no more Lin Yi in the world. He thought that he had survived the disaster with great difficulty, but he didn't expect it to be an empty joy. This kind of ups and downs came too fast. Lin Yi was really speechless. Even the torrent vortex couldn't get rid of him. This evil cultivator of the mountain opening period was really haunting him. There is a swamp 3 miles south, escape there. The ghost thing reminded in his mind. There was a clear surprise in his tone. It was really unexpected that the West Mountain Elder could chase him to such a place. Lin Yi immediately performed the super butterfly microstep with all his strength. Before the West Mountain Elder made a move, he quickly ran south according to the Ghost Thing's instructions. It was taboo to run quickly in the Primeval Forest, especially since this was the base camp of the Spirit Beast clan. If he was not careful, he would disturb the ferocious existence that he couldn't provoke. However, Lin Yi had no other choice now. He could only take the risk. What's more, Lin Yi was eager to provoke a heaven-defying spirit beast that could compete with the giant of the mountain opening period. As the saying went, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. At that time, the West Mountain Elder would inevitably become its first target because the threat of this giant of the mountain opening period evil cultivator was far above Lin Yi. Only when the 2 tigers fought, Lin Yi had a chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, Lin Yi's little plan couldn't be hidden from the experienced West Mountain Elder. His face suddenly showed a bit of killing intent. In order to perfectly capture a trump card puppet material, he really didn't want to hurt Lin Yi's body, but there must be a premise, which was that he wouldn't encounter any unexpected danger. In the Devil Cold Sea area, even all the sea areas of the South Continent, with the strength of the West Mountain Elder, he could be unscrupulous. As long as he had the patience, it didn't matter if he spent a year and a half on Lin Yi. However, it was different here. The moment he rushed out of the water just now, West Mountain Elder had already realized that this was the South Island of the South Continent. It was true that the evil cultivators of the mountain opening stage were almost invincible existences, but the Spirit Beast clan was also full of powerhouses. If he were to cause a ruckus here alone and attract the top existences of the Spirit Beast clan, even the West Mountain Old Sect Master would suffer greatly, and his life might even be in danger. Safety first. If he really provoked someone that he shouldn't provoke, West Mountain Elder could only bear the pain and kill Lin Yi. Even if he couldn't refine a trump card puppet, it was better than being trapped in this dangerous place of the South Continent with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Yi's perception was so sharp that he instantly noticed the killing intent emitted from West Mountain Elder. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The biggest crisis was coming. Lin Yi was not stupid. He knew that he could escape from West Mountain Elder for so long because the other party didn't want to hurt his body. Once this restriction was gone, it would be really not enough to kill him even if he had a few lives. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had escaped to the swamp that the Ghost Thing mentioned. It looked not much different from other dense forests, but it smelled fishy. If any creature dared to step on it, they would be trapped and buried alive in minutes. Roll in the mud, then escape to the east. The Ghost Thing's reminder came one after another. Without saying anything, Lin Yi did as he was told. After rolling around the edge of the swamp, he immediately ran to the east, ignoring the pungent smell of the mud. How could this be? At this moment, West Mountain Elder was about to descend on Lin Yi's head, but he suddenly frowned. Just a moment ago, Lin Yi actually suddenly disappeared from his divine sense. Chapter 45:14. The West Mountain Old Master was shocked. Even if there was a sea mist that isolated the divine sense, as long as the distance was within 5 miles, it was impossible for Lin Yi to escape the perception of his divine sense. What's more, there was neither sea mist nor miasma in front of him. Divine sense was clearly unimpeded in all directions. How could he inexplicably lose track of Lin Yi's whereabouts? Without much hesitation, the West Mountain Old Master quickly increased his altitude, trying to find Lin Yi's figure by relying on his eyesight. After all, if Lin Yi really escaped under his eyes, he would become a laughingstock. However, in front of him was a primeval forest, lush and dense. As far as the eye could see, there were tall and dense treetops. It was impossible to see the situation on the ground with just one's eyesight. The phrase looking into the distance from a high vantage point was not applicable here. Left with no other choice, the elder couldn't care less about his image as a hegemon of the evil sect anymore. He finally let go of his pride and ran into the forest, searching like a madman. He destroyed a huge part of the forest with a wave of his hand, determined to find Lin Yi even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Listening to the huge movement made by the West Mountain Old Master not far away, Lin Yi could not help but be overjoyed. Provoking the West Mountain Old Master was a very dangerous thing, but the other party's reaction also showed that he finally had a chance of survival. Before this, he had been on tenterhooks, fearing that the West Mountain Old Master would suddenly appear above his head again. Don't worry, this swamp mud has no other use, but it is extremely effective in isolating divine sense. The evil cultivator's divine sense can't lock onto you, so naturally he can't suddenly appear like before. The ghost laughed. Swamp mud has such a great use. You really can't judge a book by its cover. No wonder Senior made me roll in the swamp mud. If I knew this earlier, I would have brought more back. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. Lin Yi reacted and could not help but sigh. Although it was still stinky and pungent, compared with the effect of completely isolating divine sense, a little smell was completely tolerable. His body was covered with a layer of swamp mud. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to wearing an invisibility cloak. It was much harder to hide from one's divine sense than to hide from one's eyes. In the eyes of a knowledgeable person like Lin Yi, this stinky swamp mud was a true treasure. Its value was definitely not lower than those natural treasures. It was just that it looked a little more unique when used. Kid, you really don't mind being dirty. The ghostly thing laughed strangely and reminded him, this kind of swamp is everywhere. If you want, you can put it back at any time. But now it's more important for you to escape. Although you can't directly use your divine sense to lock on him, that evil cultivator won't let you go so easily. If he catches up to us again, then even I won't be able to help. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Lin Yi's heart trembled. The commotion behind him was getting closer and closer. The West Mountain Old Master was obviously crushing and destroying everything along the way. Without saying a word, he immediately broke into a run. At this moment, looking from a high altitude, with the forest lake as the center, it could clearly be seen that a large area of the Primeval Forest was rapidly destroyed. The West Mountain Old Master was attacking indiscriminately from all directions. But even so, his speed was much faster than Lin Yi's super butterfly microsteps. It was really not a trivial matter when the evil cultivator of the mountain opening period went crazy. After all, this was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. The West Mountain Old Master didn't want to make such a big movement. A strong dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its territory. If he really angered the Spirit Beast clan, he would not be able to bear the consequences. But in order to find Lin Yi, he was willing to pay any price. Even if he lost the opportunity to refine the ace puppet, he couldn't let Lin Yi escape so easily. Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. If this continued, he would be found by the West Mountain Old Master again. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. This was the difference in strength. Even with the mud to isolate the divine sense, even with the exquisite super butterfly microsteps, it was still difficult to escape the pursuit of the West Mountain Old Master. This kind of powerlessness and frustration was enough to destroy anyone's will. However, under the huge pressure, Lin Yi's heart was filled with an extreme desire for strength. At this moment, there was only one thing in his mind: become stronger, become stronger. If he was not at the peak of the middle stage of Gold Core, but at the peak of the middle stage of Nascent Soul, then it would not be difficult to escape. If he went further and reached the peak of the middle stage of Profound Ascension, then not to mention self-protection, perhaps he would have the strength to kill the West Mountain Old Master. Why did he have to escape in such a sorry state? In the end, Lin Yi's current strength was far from enough in front of these top masters. Of course, this was all in the future. If he couldn't escape the current situation, all his obsession would be in vain. If he couldn't even save his life, what was the use of obsession? Seeing that the West Mountain Old Master was about to find Lin Yi, at this moment, a majestic and pure divine sense suddenly swayed out from Lin Yi. It was not the usual circular dispersion, but a straight line instantly connected to the West Mountain Old Master, and an unfathomable voice sounded in the depths of his soul. What evil spirit, you dare to trespass into my South Continent territory? Do you want to start a war with my Spirit Beast clan? The ghostly thing's voice at the moment was not as casual as it usually was, but with an unparalleled terrifying pressure, just like the overbearing temperament of a top elder. The West Mountain Elder, who was still fuming with rage, was suddenly startled when he was suddenly locked onto by such a powerful divine sense. Provoking a top-notch existence in the Spirit Beast clan was the worst thing that could have happened to him. Even a great evil cultivator like him would not dare to openly challenge the Spirit Beast clan, not to mention that this was the other party's base camp. "I'm the West Mountain Old Master, please forgive me for disturbing you. I have no intention of offending the Spirit Beast clan, I'm only here to hunt down a human cultivator who killed my personal disciple, please do me a favor." The West Mountain Old Master immediately did not dare to wantonly destroy the Spirit Beast clan, and he immediately responded politely. From the beginning to the end, the West Mountain Old Master did not doubt the other party's strength at all. After all, the other party's divine sense was far more pure and powerful than his own, so its strength could naturally be imagined. After all, the big evil cultivator was still a human, he did not dare to rashly provoke such a terrifying existence. This was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan. Either get lost, or die. The ghostly thing's tone became more and more domineering, as if it did not take the mountain opening stage big evil cultivator seriously at all. Anger flashed across the West Mountain Old Master's face, but in the end, reason prevailed. He did not dare to fall out with this powerful hidden spirit beast on the spot, so after a cold snort, he could only turn around and leave resentfully. The ghostly thing and Lin Yi both heaved a sigh of relief. It was really pure luck that they were able to scare this big evil cultivator today. During the process just now, if there was a slight flaw, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Chapter 45:15. However, unexpectedly, the West Mountain Elder, who was about to leave, suddenly flashed toward the place where Lin Yi was and looked around suspiciously. Although he could not rely on his divine sense to lock on, his keen intuition that had been cultivated for many years told him that there seemed to be a trace of a human's aura in this place. This human was undoubtedly Lin Yi. "You're courting death." The ghostly thing's voice suddenly became fierce. Its divine sense that was locked on the West Mountain Elder suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and penetrated the divine sense emitted by the other party. Poof! The West Mountain Elder then spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the second time that his divine sense was injured and caused internal injuries. He immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled, not daring to stay in this place any longer. "Wayayayayayaya. Ling Yi, Jr., just you wait. This time, I can't be bothered to deal with you. I hope you fall into the mouth of the spiritual beast as soon as possible. Even if the spiritual beast doesn't eat you, I'll definitely kill you in the future." The West Mountain Elder hurriedly left after saying these harsh words. He did not want to let Lin Yi go, but the problem was that he was afraid of death. At the same time, behind a giant tree less than 500 feet away from where he was just now, Lin Yi, who was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, leaned on the tree trunk and sighed in fear. This old monster is really fucking difficult to deal with. If it were not for the warning of the Jade Pendant, if it were not for Lin Yi's performance just now that exceeded his level and displayed the unprecedented extreme butterfly subtle steps, he would have become a corpse in the hands of the West Mountain Elder now. If I'm not in this ghostly state now, I'll kill as many of these crooked ways as they come." The ghostly thing could not help but feel a little scared. As the dignified top elder of the spiritual beast clan, he actually had to rely on a bluff to scare away an evil cultivator. Moreover, it was in the South Continent. This kind of thing really made him feel ashamed. "Senior, what should we do next?" Lin Yi did not respond tactfully and asked the most important question. "There's nothing to do. I didn't want to come back. However, since I was forced to return this time, I might as well take a look around. I want to see just what that vermilion bird has done to the Spirit Beast clan, and just who is that new Spirit Beast monarch." The ghostly thing's voice was unfathomable. "All right." Lin Yi didn't feel scared at all. The South Continent was a dangerous place for human cultivators, but since he was able to save his life from the West Mountain Patriarch, it didn't seem to be a big deal to stroll around the territory of the spirit beasts. After all, there was a ghostly thing as a guide. Molung Pia. A huge ship bearing the banner of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency finally left the harbor under the watchful eyes of the crowd. It had been a whole month since the South Continent Escort Agency Festival had ended. Qi Mingyuan, Qi Wenhan, and Honest Chai, who was returning to Crescent City along the way, stood side by side on the deck of the huge ship, their expressions incomparably solemn. In order to inquire about Lin Yi's whereabouts, they had stayed in Molung City for a whole month, using all kinds of methods in the open and in the dark. In the end, there was still no news at all. They didn't even know if Lin Yi was dead or alive, or where he had escaped to. It was as if he had completely evaporated from the face of the earth. However, what gave the crowd some comfort was that the West Mountain Patriarch hadn't appeared until now. Even though Lin Yi was a Golden Core stage expert, the possibility of him escaping from the hands of the West Mountain Patriarch was extremely small. Even though the possibility of him escaping from the hands of the West Mountain Patriarch was minuscule, the crowd couldn't help but hold on to this last bit of hope. As long as they didn't see Lin Yi's corpse, they believed that Lin Yi was definitely still alive. This kind of thing couldn't be done by others, but it wasn't impossible for Lin Yi, who had always produced miracles. Sigh. The Heavens Equal Escort Agency has become the new overlord of escort agencies. Wherever it is, that place is the center of the South Continent Sea region. From now on, the Molung Sea region won't be so lively anymore. Looking at the flag of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, someone in the crowd at the pier sighed. I don't think so. Although the Heavens Equal Escort Agency is the #1 escort agency, didn't you hear about what happened on the day of the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance meeting? The Dragon Boat Escort Agency was personally led by a mountain opening stage giant. How could the Heavens Equal Escort Agency compete with it? What a joke! Someone said disapprovingly. Sigh, you only know one thing but not the other. The West Mountain Patriarch is indeed the backer of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, but he disappeared on the spot in order to hunt down Lin Yi of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency. Therefore, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency didn't get any other benefits other than regaining its status as the #2 escort agency, someone immediately retorted. That's right. I have a friend who is the representative of the Chamber of Commerce. I heard that after the incident that day, although the Dragon Boat Escort Agency regained its status as the #2 escort agency, no other Chamber of Commerce placed any orders with it. Everyone is still observing. Therefore, the title of the #2 escort agency is just an empty title, someone immediately revealed. Oh! Now that the rules of the 5 Great Escort Agency have changed, I heard that it has become the 6 Great Escort Agency. Was it Head Escort High of our 4 Seas Escort Agency's suggestion? Someone asked. My ass, the 6 Great Escort Agency. That was just that Boundless Sea's shameless suggestion to curry favor with the West Mountain Patriarch. In the end, as soon as the West Mountain Patriarch left, it was immediately rejected by the new overlord of the escort agency, Qi Mingyuan. Guess what he said? What did he say? The surrounding people all pricked up their ears. Ever since the South Continent Escort Agency Alliance was established, there have always been the 5 Great Escort Agency. I've never heard of the 6 Great Escort Agency. The rules can't be broken so easily. Since the 4 Seas Escort Agency is the 6 Great Escort Agency, then we can only disqualify the Alliance Committee. This person imitated Qi Mingyuan's tone and said. Ah! Then does that mean the 4 Seas Escort Agency is excluded? TSK, falling from the overlord of the escort agency to the dust. Wouldn't Boundless Sea cry himself to death? Someone sighed. Nonsense, who asked him to use his cheap mouth to curry favor with West Mountain Elder Sect? That shameless face of his back then really makes people want to vomit. Now, great, he carried the Dragon Boat Escort Agency in, and his own 4 Seas Escort Agency was squeezed out. I bet Boundless Sea's intestines are green with regret. He might as well just be a bit more shameless and disqualify the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. In any case, he was the one who disqualified the 4 Seas Escort Agency. Another person sneered. He wouldn't dare do something like that even if you lent him 100 guts. If the West Mountain Patriarch comes back, no matter how many lives Boundless Sea has, it won't be enough. Everyone laughed. No matter what, this time, the 4 Seas Escort Agency is probably not going to be able to rise again. Not only did it suddenly drop out of the 5 Great Escort Agency, I heard that it didn't even get many orders. From now on, it'll be nothing. Quite a few people shook their heads. Chapter 45:16. Serves him right. I thought Boundless Sea was a righteous person, but I didn't expect him to be such a shameless person. He went back on his words and was the first to jump out and lick West Mountain's old master's boots. He really threw away the face of our cold devil city, someone sneered. That's right, that's right. This time, his true nature has been exposed. Serves him right. Everyone expressed their disdain. This time, Boundless Sea had completely lost the support of the people. It would be difficult for him to even establish a foothold in the cold devil sea region. We're going back just like that. Qi Wenhan looked at the cold devil pier, which was getting further and further away. He punched the railing unwillingly. Brother Ling risked his life for our Heaven's Equal escort agency and made such a great contribution. In the end, he was hunted down by an evil cultivator and met with a tragic end. We could only watch helplessly without being able to help. How could we still have the face to be the overlord of this escort agency? Honest Chai glanced at Qi Wenhan and nodded his head. This young master of the Heaven's Equal escort agency was a man of character. Young Hero Ling was right about him. Your father also wishes to continue staying behind to find out more news about young Hero Ling, but we've already waited for more than a month. If we continue wasting our time here, Velvet Arc City might end up in chaos, and young Hero Ling's efforts would be wasted. Qi Mingyuan sighed and patted Qi Wenhan's shoulder. Don't worry. Young Hero Ling is a virtuous man. I've already asked Old Song to send a large number of people here. As long as young Hero Ling's whereabouts are found, we will know immediately. It's the same for him to stay here. The Hong Merchant Association also has their own channels to look for news. I've already told them to do their best to look for news of young Hero Ling. I'm sure nothing will happen, Honest Chai comforted while praying for Lin Yi in his heart. Compared to the Qi father and son duo, he was actually more dependent on Lin Yi. After all, he had never met Hong Zhong. Lin Yi could be considered his only backer in the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Hong Zhong had only accepted him sincerely because of Lin Yi. If something really happened to Lin Yi, it would be a fatal blow to him. Yes, with the connections of your Hong Chamber of Commerce and my Heaven's Equal escort agency in the seas of the South Continent, it is enough to infiltrate every nook and cranny. Given time, it should not be difficult to find young Hero Ling. Qi Mingyuan nodded and turned to look at Qi Wenhan. Wenhan, do you know how to contact young Hero Ling's junior sister Huang? Junior Huang? Qi Wenhan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Qi Mingyuan with a strange expression. Brother Ling has not even come to a conclusion yet, and my dad is already trying to salvage the situation by roping in Junior Huang, who has become the disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Young Hero Ling has 20% of the shares. This is something that he has exchanged for with his great contributions. Our Heaven's Equal escort agency will not go back on our word. We cannot not honor our promise just because young Hero Ling is no longer here. Therefore, to be safe, we should try to contact junior sister Huang first. When the time comes, we might as well transfer the 20% of the shares under her name. That way, we will be able to account to young Hero Ling, Qi Mingyuan said seriously. Chief Escort Qi is indeed righteous. Honest Chai nodded his head in approval. Huang Xiaodao was the only person that everyone had seen who had a relationship with Lin Yi. Furthermore, their relationship was very close. If Lin Yi were to really die, transferring the 20% of the shares to Huang Xiaodao would be the logical thing to do. From this point, Qi Mingyuan could be considered to be very generous. After all, 20% of the shares was not a small amount. If it was anyone else, they would be more than happy to swallow it back after Lin Yi dies. After all, Lin Yi did not have any children or disciples to inherit his inheritance. Logically speaking, once he dies, the 20% of the shares would naturally return to the agency's name, and no one would say anything about it. I really do not know how to contact junior sister Huang. I only know that she is in the Morning Star Academy in the Eastern Continent. Qi Wenhan could not help but shake his head. After all, he was not familiar with Huang Xiaodao. They had only met a few times, and they had not even spoken much to each other. Moreover, they were in the Eastern Continent, a place so far away. Then let's keep it for now. We'll think of a way to contact her in the future. Qi Mingyuan muttered. After all, the Eastern Continent was not a place that anyone could casually go to. Even if he knew that the Morning Star Academy was in the High Forest Sea, Even someone with Qi Mingyuan's strength did not have the qualifications to go there alone, not to mention his subordinates. Yes. Qi Wenhan nodded his head solemnly. Although he was the sole successor of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, he wholeheartedly approved of Qi Mingyuan's decision. Qi Mingyuan's decision might have been a little far-sighted, but Qi Wenhan's decision was purely out of friendship. This time, if Lin Yi really did not return, Qi Wenhan would not want to swallow the 20% of the shares. Instead, he would think of ways to compensate for it. This was in line with his temperament. With the halo of being the overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency returned to Weiwan City. The Weiwan Pier was bustling with people. Almost all the leaders of the various forces in the Weiwan Sea had gathered. Such a grand and lively scene had not been seen in Weiwan City for decades. The reason why so many leaders had gathered here was obvious. They wanted to establish a good relationship with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and leave a good impression on Qi Mingyuan, who was at the peak of his power. After all, he was the new overlord of the Southern Continent's escort agencies. His status was equivalent to the leader of the righteous in the Southern Continent's sea. In the future, his influence would not be small. Even if he could not be a friend, he definitely could not be an enemy. Therefore, even the local tyrants who once had grievances with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had prepared lavish gifts to express their goodwill. They wanted to use this opportunity to bury the hatchet. In contrast, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency, which had already returned to Weiwan City a month ago, did not have such an ostentatious scene. Even if it had regained its title as the No. 2 escort agency, and rumor had it that it had the support of West Mountain Elder, the problem was that West Mountain Elder was not present. Who knew if this evil cultivator giant would really come to the headquarters of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency? If West Mountain Elder had really come to Weiwan City, then everyone present would naturally have to be respectful to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. As the saying went, when one was under someone else's roof, one had to lower one's head. However, before that, it was better to keep a respectful distance. After all, when there was no absolute power to deter others, the slogan that good and evil could not coexist was still very popular. In order to avoid public criticism, it was better not to have anything to do with the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. This kind of thing would only bring harm and no good, and the people present were not fools. Long Kuiba sat alone in the lobby of the Dragon Boat Escort Agency as he listened to the clamor of gongs and drums from the pier. These people were all sucking up to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, but they did not care about the Dragon Boat Escort Agency at all. Such an obvious difference in treatment, no matter who it was, would feel uncomfortable. R1152. Chapter 4517. Furthermore, in the past month, the Dragon Boat Escort Agency's business was simply terrible. Let alone the title of No. 2 Escort Agency, it was even worse than before. How could this be tolerated? In the end, it was all because of the West Mountain Old Sect. As a founding stage evil cultivator, he only chased after a mere Ling Yi. In the end, he never returned, and there was no news at all for an entire month. Long Kuiba was really full of complaints now. He secretly cursed the old monster in his heart. Could it be that after killing Ling Yi, he couldn't be bothered with his Dragon Boat Escort Agency anymore? This was very possible. After all, after Wu Baoliang and Cheng Haonan died in Ling Yi's hands, his Dragon Boat Escort Agency and the West Mountain Old Sect no longer had any connection. There was indeed no need for the West Mountain Old Sect to come to the Dragon Boat Escort Agency. However, this way, Long Kuiba and the Dragon Boat Escort Agency would be in trouble. They were clearly being roasted on a fire. They would have a bad reputation of having secret dealings with evil cultivators. In the end, they did not gain any benefits at all. Instead, their business was deteriorating day by day. Long Kuiba wanted to slap himself when he thought of these troublesome matters. Why did he choose to form an alliance with the Poison Eye mercenary group? Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many problems later on. Even if they couldn't obtain the title of No. 2 Escort Agency, they could at least keep their business. At least they wouldn't be as empty as they were now. Such a huge Dragon Boat Escort Agency could not even receive a single order from morning till night. Everyone could only wait to starve, with nothing to do, Long Kuiba could only drown his sorrows in alcohol. The enthusiastic sound of gongs and drums outside made him even more annoyed. He suddenly roared, "Where the hell are all the people? It's so noisy outside, don't they know to close the door? Close the door. It doesn't sound like I'm welcome." A cloud of black fog suddenly condensed in the middle of the hall, and a strange old man with red hair and green eyebrows appeared. It was the West Mountain Old Sect. "Sir, Senior, you're back?" Long Kuiba was instantly shocked. He hurriedly stood up in surprise and joy, and respectfully said, "Long Kuiba greets Senior West Mountain Old Sect. I was just annoyed by the noise outside just now. I'm not targeting you, Senior. Please don't take it to heart. I don't think you have the guts." The West Mountain elder snickered, then his figure flashed and he sat down in the main seat of the hall. Although he still looked so mysterious at first glance, there was a hint of fatigue between his brows that was difficult to conceal. "Men, quickly prepare the best banquet. This head escort leader wants to welcome Senior's arrival," Long Kuiba hurriedly instructed. His face was filled with wild joy, and he looked forward to it very much. This time, the West Mountain Old Sect Master has finally arrived. I want to see how those snobbish people are going to deal with this. Everyone in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency was mobilized, and a table of first-class banquet was quickly prepared. Long Kuiba sat at the end of the table and toasted West Mountain Ancestor without concealing his flattery. Even the people in the Dragon Boat Escort Agency had goosebumps when they heard this. However, West Mountain Ancestor happened to like this, and his words were much kinder to Long Kuiba. Seeing that West Mountain Ancestor was almost satisfied, Long Kuiba said tentatively, "Senior West Mountain, you killed Ling Yi this time not only to avenge Brother Wu and Brother Cheng, but also to help the Dragon Boat Escort Agency get rid of a big threat. I thank you for your great kindness on behalf of the entire Dragon Boat Escort Agency." Ling Yi. Hearing this name, West Mountain Ancestor's face suddenly turned cold, and he said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Don't mention it. I was careless this time. I wanted to capture him alive and refine him into a puppet. I didn't expect that I would accidentally enter the South Island and be targeted by the top experts of the Spirit Beast clan. That brat escaped." "Ah! Ling Yi escaped to the South Island? How is that possible? I remember that there is no teleportation formation in Devil Lung City." Long Kuiba couldn't help but be speechless. He was a native of the South Continent. Apart from those few teleportation formations, he didn't know that there was any other way to enter the South Island. "What? You even dare to question my words?" West Mountain Ancestor looked at Long Kuiba with an unfriendly gaze. This was a common trait among evil cultivators. No, I don't have the guts. Senior, you are too serious. I just feel that it is unbelievable. Ling Yi is too lucky. He accidentally got the top experts of the Spirit Beast clan to avenge him. Otherwise, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for him to die. Long Kuiba was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly tried to salvage the situation. He was really lucky to escape to the South Island this time. However, it doesn't mean that he was lucky. With his insignificant strength, once he was discovered by the Spirit Beast clan, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming their food. Therefore, he can be considered as a dead man. It's just that we can't see his corpse. West Mountain Ancestor's expression became a little more relaxed. Yes. Ling Yi will definitely die this time. No matter how lucky he is, he won't be able to escape from the Spirit Beast clan's territory alone. Long Kuiba nodded in agreement. That's for sure. We spent a lot of effort to get out of the South Island, and we were almost besieged by the experts of the Spirit Beast clan, let alone someone like Ling Yi. The West Mountain Elder Master clearly had a lingering fear as he spoke. If he wasn't entangled by the powerful spirit beasts on the South Island, he would have returned long ago with his strength. It wouldn't have taken him a month. West Mountain Ancestor could escape from the South Island unscathed not only because of the powerful strength of the mountain opening stage, but also because of luck. If his luck was any worse, he, the evil cultivator, might have been buried in the South Island. At the end of the day, the South Island was the inviolable base camp of the Spirit Beast clan. Even if the Spirit Beast clan and human cultivators lived in harmony, no human cultivators were allowed to enter the South Island unless the Spirit Beast clan sent an invitation. Anyone who trespassed would be killed without mercy. Senior, now that Ling Yi is definitely dead, shouldn't we get rid of the people from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency as well? They're all Ling Yi's accomplices, and they're now the overlord of the South Island Escort Agency. Their power shouldn't be underestimated. As the saying goes, weeds will grow again if the roots are not removed. Long Kuiba immediately shifted his hatred. Regardless of whether Ling Yi was dead or alive, it didn't matter to him. The key was the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This was the archenemy that his Dragon Boat Escort Agency had to get rid of. Otherwise, even with the West Mountain Old Sect Master holding the fort, it could only be ranked second in name. You want me to deal with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? West Mountain Ancestor glanced at Long Kuiba. Yes, yes. These blind clowns are really hateful, especially Qi Mingyuan, who claimed to be the leader of the righteous Dao. He kept saying that the righteous Dao and evil Dao can't coexist. He didn't take you seriously at all. We have to get rid of him. Long Kuiba took the opportunity to instigate.